the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Daisy's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite, both in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack. Now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go.
Stop pooping is the first thing that I saw. That's not a good thing to do. Please, everybody, keep pooping regularly. Okay? Good morning, everybody. Good evening, good whatever time it is for you, as long as it's good. Yes? Can you guys hear me okay? I'm trying to leave the poor microphone alone. Yes, I've turned it gray, which helps. Okay? Let's get over that. It is Monday, and it is morning, and we need to continue with our journey of excruciating detail through Peterson's worst performance yet. People are still reeing around it. You, Steve. Oh, you've named it now. Okay, thanks for that. But yes, this is we're back, guys. Do we what? Do we need to continue? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Caught you live. Been watching part 1 and 2. Hey, Nico. You've caught. I think you've caught something live before. But yes, I'm glad that you've been in part 1 and 2. Welcome to part 3, which is basically just a normal continuation of part 2 because I didn't do any diagramming this weekend. I had a weekend, so oopsie. But yeah. Grey Poupée lives on my face now. No, I don't think that would be allowed. Okay, but very good jokes, everybody. I appreciate you all. Yeah, you know what? I've tried to make my hair stay out of my face. So I would like to ask for your services, chat. Help me if you've catch me touching my face. Okay, I know that I do this when I'm really upset. So leave my eyebrows out of this. But if I'm touching my face in any kind of over the top way, you tell me to stop, okay? Because it's not hygienic. I've got my hand sanitizer and whatever, but still. It looks good like that. Thanks. It looks good away from me. Also, guys, I have okay, so I went, seeing as I had a weekend, what I did was I looked at my jewelry and stuff because there's anyway, you don't need to hear this whole thing, but basically I've looked through jewelry that I had packed away, and I found my bell. So if this starts to irritate you guys, just let me know, because look, I used to wear it while I was streaming gaming, and that didn't irritate anyone because there were monster noises. But yeah, just let me know if this is a problem. So if you go, oh, where's that bell coming from? It's this. It's literally in a little cage. Yeah, the kitty bell. Yes, guys, really, it's I left it in a box for like 2 years, so it is a bit tarnished. But there's 3 different bells. So today we have black bell. I'll show you. Black bell. So it goes in there. And that's it. Even though you have speech impediment, you're pretty cool. Thanks, Leon. You know, it's my cross to bear. You'll hear Kitty coming when she's hungry. It'll help me not catch birds, you know, because the birds will hear me coming. So let's get our background music going, courtesy of Creamage. There you go. Oh, didn't open all of them. Anyway, if anyone has anything to add, or are you like Australian or something? No, I'm South African, but I live in the UAE. So I'm not in South Africa at this moment. It is 7 o'clock in South Africa, and Theo is gymming. So, what day is it today for you, Theo? Is it arms day, leg day, chest day? What do you do? This is a retard safe space. A retard safe space. You know what? The female Elon Musk. Oh, you imagine if I could do that. No, I'm not launching any rockets, guys. I'm just sitting here looking at debates in autistic detail, but I'm not autistic. I've been checked. Okay, so not that there's anything wrong with being autistic, guys, but everybody's autistic these days. Zach's show spilling over. yes, they are. But they might. If you've come over from Zach's channel, he made sure he did say to you, guys, it's different. So this is not Circle of Jerk stuff. So he did say it's different. So if you're just trying me out, thank you for trying me out, and I hope that you like me. Let's go. Okay, let's get Xbox out. This is my kind of Xbox, because people are like, how do you do this for so many hours a day? It's like it's like a game to me. It's fun. Why okay, there you go, show. Who is winning? Well, look at the health bars, Wick. Look. I was being kind by actually taking a bit of a life bar away from the atheists last session. But really, the only person who's losing here is Peterson. I didn't know those were health bars, but yeah, there they are. Everybody has 15 kitty cat heads for health. And I don't know if he's going to... We are on claim 2, and we're not even finished claim 2, and he's already very far down. Do not only count the number of arguments and points, but the weight of the assertions and evidence. The weight has to be according to me, though. I am the scale. And if you want to tip the scales, chat. Okay? Because otherwise, I miss 2018 JBP. You know what? There's like little glimpses of him in here, but the rest of the time you're like, your Twitter and Daily Wire, they hurt you, boy. They got you, didn't they? It's sad. It really is sad. Is that water or vodka? Do you think I'd be able to drink vodka just without doing anything? I am the law. Yes, exactly. Is his heart heavier than a feather? That's the scale that matters. Oh, Wick. Also, guys, over on Wick, if you're interested in titties, this week Wick is gonna have a big titty debate. So go over there and have a look this week if you're interested. I don't know, you might not be interested either. Did you check the Ryan Long video I posted on the chat regarding this debate? I am not. Okay, I will check it because you're a good boy, Creamage. Okay, I will check it this afternoon. Take all betties. I'll do it this afternoon. But yes, there are so many reaction videos, and they're all over my timeline, and I'm like, cool it. I am only on claim 2, so relax. But I can see most people are just spinning out about this. That this is he's done really badly, and I want to go in excruciating detail, as I've told you guys, of all the upcoming stuff I have coming up. That's what you choose to advertise, because I know the people that are in chat. Okay, I know them. They're here for a little bit of sprinkle of intellectual, but then they're like, "You gonna talk about titties? You gonna talk about titties? Yeah, do it." Bigger than small is better, but bigger than bigger is not best. This is, you know what? I feel like Soranos needs to be part of the debate. I took a break from looking for a thumbnail to come say hi. Well, thank you very much, guys. If you have any suggestions for Wick. He's really trying hard to find a thumbnail for the Tiggle Biddies debate. Do they have to be real ones, as in like from humans, or are we talking about video games? Because you know which ones. There's Stellar Blade and what's the other one? Yeah, reading also gay. Don't read. I'm just here for the soundtrack. That reminds me, Walls, not Dev. I've added a hashtag, body double, which is an ADHD hashtag. Okay, maybe it's something else, but it's an ADHD hashtag where you just have someone working in the background with you. So that's also something that you can do with my streams. I decided. Can you be our freestyle dance teacher? Yes, because I know how to dance. Oh yeah, I can dance proper. Do they have to be attached? Yeah, I should hope so, guys. If they're not attached, then they don't bounce. They don't jiggle very well. I came for philosophy and getting distracted by boobs. That's that's kind of you wouldn't expect to have that on my channel. That's pretty good, right? I've been able to do it without having my ones of my own. Cheer dancing, let's go. Yeah. Body Double is Brian De Palma film from 1984. That's not what I was I said Body Double stream, okay? So, yeah. Who is this person? I don't know. I ain't know who it is. Let's go. Let's get into the video, guys. It's been fun. We've had 10 minutes of shit talking. Now we're going to be real. Okay? Mean Girls moment. Mean Girls moment is every day. But anyway. You got a half dozen titties in your fridge. Dildo! Stop it! Be real. Which person are we talking about? I'm me. This is Jordan Peterson. There, that's Jordan Peterson. And those are the atheists that Jordan Peterson is talking to. Let's go. Let's get one of the videos up, actually. And I've got the transcript. Let's shuffle all of our windows around so that we know what the frack we're doing. I should put members only chat in the beginning so you guys can all chastise me. Okay. Yee. Okay. So yeah, where we are in the map, guys, this is the big map, the world map, right? And then we go into the smaller maps at the bottom here. We have done Brian. Brian didn't do too well. He tried, but got hung up. Just didn't word things properly, so didn't really work out. Luke, we were on Luke's one. And Luke as well, Luke lost us a point. So I say us, I'm not on the atheist side. But Luke lost a point for the atheists because he just was not wording his argument very well either. So it wasn't a genuine damage one, it was a optical damage. And just so you know, these HP losses all look the same in the HP bars, okay? Because I decided. Okay, last session we went over Greg's stuff as well, so that's probably why we also didn't finish claim 2. Let's get into claim 2 again. There we go. Okay, so we have not gone on to the second Brian with a Y. Where are we at? There we are. We are at 7:50. 45. I get the feeling Kitty was playing Monster Hunter again. I was not. I was watching Mobland, and the Formula One. Where's Andrew? Because there's the Spanish Grand Prix was on, and I was like, "Aw," even though Spain is quite large. And then what else? Optical damage. Never judge a book by its cover. No, optical damage is what we have. It counts on Debate Bro, in Debate Bro world. What do you use to create these diagrams? Hi guys, what I use to create these diagrams is called Xmind. Not a sponsor, used to be. You have to judge. Yeah. Mobland is noise, isn't it? Yeah. That's because I love Tom Hardy. He is just so good. But also it's a good show. Okay. Right, let's get into. I didn't bring. Hey, Zax. There we go. Video file. Let's go. People are throwing away a lot of trash. Stream. Whatever. Debate. DD claim 2. Oh shit, we don't have claim 3. You are the second person to recommend this show to me today. It's just good. I guess, yeah, it's good. It's just, you know what, maybe I think it's too good because I just love Tom Hardy. But, I mean, everybody is enjoying it. And you know what, if you don't like it, you don't like it. But just do it. I think it was Az was resisting. And then he said he watched it. Everyone went mad because they're like, finally, he's done it. So judge partner by boobs, got it. Okay. My fiance and I are watching Mobland, and we're perplexed at how much Pierce Brosnan looks like her dad. Her dad? Oh, really? Wow, that's cool. I love me some Bane. Pierce Brosnan he does the crazy character pretty well.
Cannot be found within science.
Yeah, that was claim 2, remember, guys? Oh, a reminder for anyone who's, or reminder, an exposition thing for anyone who's new here. The squeaky voices are because of Jubilee. And of course, you can see the mask thingy over it because of Jubilee being a bit trigger happy with the claims. So far, we haven't been dinged, so that's great. I think I've tagged them. I don't think I've tagged Jubilee in, but anyway, that's where we're at. 7 minutes 45. Remember, never go as to mouth. Fine. You might land up looking at me. You might have a great. That's not what happened. Okay. 7:45. Okay.
Blame that on the Bible.
Okay, so where were we at is, my point is that God influenced slavery. So he's saying, if we want to just make a mini map for Luke's argument, it's, you're telling me, so your claim makes it sound as if you're saying morality comes from the Bible, right? It comes from Christianity. Seeing as we can't derive it from science, so he took another step and he said, let's go into we need the Bible, right? Cool. So assuming that, he says, well, when I look at the Bible supports slavery because it doesn't admonish people against it. It says this is how you treat your slave well. So therefore, the Bible advocates for slavery, and that's not moral. We know that's not moral. There is evidence, therefore, that we have morality beyond what Christianity has given us. And basically what Peterson responds is that no, morality was based off of Christianity. So that morality that we evolved past into slavery is bad, that's because of Judeo-Christianity. So it's literally just, I see it this way, you see it that way. Again, we come to this weird thing of when atheists and theists, I suppose, are arguing, it just comes down to what a person believes, and it's like, that's the end of it. If that is the claim, why is it disguised? I actually want to know about why is it disguised. It's because you can't really make a claim without other claims being inherent, I think. And weakness of the format. We need like an acronym for that. Weakness of the format, because weakness of this, here's a claim, here's a claim, here's a claim. It's annoying. But I guess that's what a formal debate has. But I'm talking about just the way that this happens when they just give the claim and they never actually give their argument. They only defend their claim. So we've kind of skipped all the steps. And yeah, also you're right. I do get the point. Like, why do we need to put it in a certain kind of language to hide that thing, that premise that you can attack? Like morality and purpose can't be found within science. If that, I would expect with Jordan Peterson, he frames it that way for a purpose. We almost got that discussion in the beginning. So your claim that morality, purpose can only be found in science is a little shaky, because I think that your claim is really being framed to be morality and purpose can only be found in religion. So that's what he says. That could have been the discussion. What is your claim? But then he actually accepts it. He says, I would say that the domain of religion is the domain of morality and purpose. Yes, exactly. So he agreed. And also that science is actually structured, at least in part, technically, to eliminate such considerations from its purview a priori. This was... I remember we followed that. I was following him with that because it's supposed to be valueless, but then he explains to us that science actually has value, because has a value layer, because we decide what to focus on. Anyway, so that was the first vein that we kind of went through, and then he's like, cool, never mind, let's go here. So what I'm pointing out here is about religion in particular, since you're yourself a Christian, right? Remember, that's the first time we've got, you're a Christian, right? And we didn't have this, well, you're quite nothing version. We had, this is all that we got from Peterson. That's people debate about it, and that I generally don't discuss it publicly. Well, here we are. Sorry, I left that up. It wasn't a formal debate. It was supposed to be one Christian versus 20 atheists, but people objected because Peterson refused to identify as Christian. I know it's interesting. Couldn't he? He doesn't need to. Do you think he absolutely needs to? I think either way. He is arguing for the side of religion. He is arguing for the side of Christianity. So he could have put that little safety rail of words in the way and said, "Oh, I'm going to argue for them," and then he has this tiny little plausible deniability where he's like, "Well, I didn't say I was Christian. I was just saying I was arguing for Christians." You missed the Holy Crusades. Were you there? It was almost impossible to watch. You know what? For once, I actually was. Maybe it's because I'm just such a fangirl. Actually, as a fangirl, you're supposed to not be happy about watching Peterson decline like this, but it's juicy for me. I don't know. I enjoyed this a lot. Okay, so anyway, yeah, guys, we are refining it. So it's weird. We're refining this very, very. We're taking little bits of it out so that you can build up a tolerance. Okay, because if you watched it all at once, it would hurt. And now I've also put squeaky voices in, so it's not going to hurt you, okay? The Peterson of the Daily Wire and Twitter is not going to hurt you. He's just going to say stuff, and we're going to try and find the gems hidden therein. Anyway, let's get to where we are. This is like been a half an hour of introduction. So, I want to a Christian debunk the soul trap prison planet theory as well. I'm sure there's something there. There's something of that on the internet. Someone must have laced the air with sulfates. Why? Okay, anyway. There are denominations in Christianity that's blah, blah, blah. And so he's like, but most like to disregard. He's trying to talk about suffrage. So he had slavery and suffrage as examples of parts where humans evolved beyond what was in the Bible. Okay, and we did have. Hold on, it's just it's actually the counter argument was, well, Judeo-Christianity actually brought us past slavery and whatever. Okay, cool. Let's go here. Where were we at last time? Where do you think the idea that human beings were sufficiently equal to all vote and not be slaves came from? So he's just going back to the idea that humans, humans did get morality from from Christianity. They did get good morals from Christianity. But now what Luke sees it as, because you can see it says humans, he distinguishes humans and human and cultural norms and values and morality. He distinguishes that from religion, which I'm like, it's impossible to do. That's what I was feeling last time, is that it's just impossible for us to remove these things from each other because they influenced each other infinitely. They're inextricable. I love that word. Okay. So did the idea of slavery. This is now he's saying, look, everything came from humans. Everything is tainted and blessed by humans. So did the idea of God. Okay, the idea of God came from humans. Okay. Fine, but what's your point? Like, you're not making an argument. So this is where Luke lost us points, because, and I say us, lost the atheists points, because what's your point? Like, you're not making an argument. You're just saying all the thoughts come from humans regardless of the thoughts. Yeah, so it was kind of this, it was an optical sort of loss, because you're just circling. Okay, so he says it's not driven by a higher power. Then we got what I almost reduced Peterson's points, because he said define higher power. No. We're not doing what do you mean by, like, why is this is not, this over here is not going to lead to better places in the conversation. And luckily Luke ignored it, so Peterson survived that. Okay, so remember, is it driven by conscience? Remember, I was like, okay, he's going to say God is conscience, therefore it's driven by conscience, it's driven by God. Ta-da! Okay, I don't understand the point that you're making. My point is that God influenced slavery. This kind of gets us to this idea of, like, there are bad things that God allows. How does that work? That's a big question for people that believe in God. People looked at the Bible and went, this is moral because God says so. Okay, that was our last statement. Let's see where we're at.
Humanity decided...
Oh, wait, address that first.
What, about
all
slavery?
human societies were slavers, so you can't...
Okay, all human societies were slavers. Please don't argue about it. No, but there was this one society that was just say most of them. Okay, this is not the hill we die on. Pick the hill to die on. I'm having an argument that just happened. Okay, anyway, all human societies were slavers. Oh yeah, I haven't put my transcript there. Let's put you here. You there. Who wants to go here now? Yeah. Okay. Let's get to that point. All human societies. Okay, we're slave owning or slavers, whatever. Okay. Let's just say they all came into contact with slavery. Okay. It was a norm. Slavery and conquest were a norm. That's not to say absolutely every group of humans has come into contact and agreed with it. It's a general enough claim. I don't feel like we need to have an argument about that.
Blame that on the Bible.
Well, you can say it bolstered it.
So he says all human societies were slavers. Slave owning, let's not say slave owners. He says slave owners, sorry. I thought he said slavers. Slave owning. This is according to the transcript. So you can't blame it on the Bible. So he wants to say, so you can't blame it on the Bible. But Luke says no, because they were slave owning, you should. It influenced it. It influenced the Bible. Okay. Okay, the Bible influenced it. Then his response is, if humanity just, address that first. What? Wait, who said if all human societies were slave? Hold up. Fuck's sake.
Okay, I don't understand the point that you're making.
My point is that God influenced slavery. People looked at the Bible and went, this is moral because God says so, just like women's suffrage.
There's lots
and
of...
just like homosexuality.
Oh, I didn't have that. Women's, like women's suffrage. Let's go here. suffrage. Is it like this? Or suffrage. Like homosexuality. Okay. So it's like the Bible says these are wrong. It's the Bible says women must submit. Therefore,
Human societies were slave owning. So
Yes.
you
he didn't say.
can't blame that on the Bible.
Okay. All human societies are slave owning, so you can't blame that on the Bible. But he goes,
If humanity decided...
Oh, wait, address that first.
What, about
All
slavery?
human societies were slavers. So you can't blame that on the Bible.
Well, you can say it bolstered it.
bolstered it. Okay. It was used to undergird it, to justify it. Helium Peterson cracks me up. Last week there was one where he goes, it was one line like around here. I kept replaying it because it was so funny, because his voice went higher. It was great. We'll get another one today, I'm sure.
Well, not if you look at the broad sweep of history, because it was the Protestant Christians
Based
in
on
the
their
UK.
interpretation of the Bible.
Okay, so now we're getting into, it just depends on how people interpret the Bible. So people are the real drivers. It's not God. Because, well, you can't, it bolstered it. Well, not if you look at this broad sweep of history, because it was the Protestant Christian based on the interpretation. Yes, so the thing is, some people use the Bible. He says, no, well, it bolstered it. Thing is, it existed and bolstered it, and then he's like, then what Peterson is saying is, well, it was used to fight it. It was used to say it was wrong. Okay, but he goes based on their interpretation of the Bible. So now it's like that goes back to that other guy's argument from the claim one, where the Bible doesn't say anything because everybody can interpret it the way they want to. There's so many different voices. There's so many different things. The Bible cannot actually be. It contradicts itself too much, and it's all based on the interpretation. So what's the point? It was the Protestant. Okay, so now they're just talking over each other.
It was the Protestant Christians.
Which evolves over time.
So he's trying to say which evolves over time. He tried to get that in there.
Let's pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
And he got voted out. Okay. That, I think he's voted out because the conversation's going nowhere. Again, this happened with Brian earlier, and Luke gets voted out for that as well. So went nowhere. There's no conclusion. That's another thing, a weakness of the format. I just hate it. I don't know. Duhan is voted out. He's done. End of story. And let's see how the next Brian picks it up. You can tell how stressful it is for Jordan to have contentious conversations. It wasn't, you know what, the thing is, it wasn't like that before. You know? It wasn't like that. Decided to give you X viewership. X viewership, thank you so much. But yeah, X viewership is inflated, number one. But also, isn't it just weird? It's not a fun interface. And unfortunately, I can't even just chat with you through there. I have to chat with you through this. Okay. Anyway, yes, guys, we are live on Twitch, on X, and on YouTube. So whichever way you want to interact, join there. Okay, Brian, let's continue. Leon, indigenous cultures of every continent practice slavery prior to any organized religious group we're aware of. Yeah, anytime humans were grouped, I would say slavery was there's a possibility. Slavery and conquest, that they kind of went together. It's like, why must I kill everyone? I can use them as labor and property.
Okay. Well, it was great talking with you,
nice
sir.
talking to you, too.
Yes.
It was great talking to you. Also, this whole thing of running to the fucking chair is annoying. But anyway, very cool, very internet.
Peterson?
Good to see you, man.
Pleasure.
What's your name?
Brian.
Brian's the oldest guy here. The rest are all Zoomer cons. Apparently, Cade and other people are like 30, but they don't look it. Everyone looks very, very young.
So the first thing I would like to say is I would like to engage in this discussion in a symbiotic manner. I would not like to.
Okay, I love that he is setting the boundaries. I think he must have thought about this. He's like, if I get a chance, this is how I'm going to have my conversation. He doesn't seem to have jumped into the conversation immediately as if he's responding to whatever happened before him. He's restarting it, and maybe he'll restate some things. So, nice talking to you. Brian, so the first thing I would like to say is I would like to engage in this discussion in a symbiotic manner. So let's both of us get something out of this. Okay, which good stuff. Remember when we think about the good debates practices that we got from, what was it, the RESA framework? Let's agree on how we're going to approach the conversation. Let's agree with our objective. What is the point of us talking? So let's see. I would not like to engage where there is one clear winner and one clear loser. So he's also giving Jordan Peterson a nice, comfy place to lie down. He's saying, look, we're not going to try and win and lose. We're just going to have a conversation. I like that, but I don't know. Peterson is too angry, really, at this point. I'm not saying with him, but Peterson's a bit frothy. So, good way to start, I think. Not just jumping in on what the others were saying. So he's trying to build a rapport, and I think that maybe, I don't know, that doesn't actually work as well as you would think. So Brian too he's trying. Oh, sorry, that's not the copy I'm supposed to do. Where is it? There you go. Stop. Offer the bear a nice steak and it probably still gonna maul ya. Yeah.
Engage where there is one clear winner and one clear loser. Emotions are activated and it ultimately comes about ego. So I'm
Okay, so he's doing all this work to be like, Peterson, we're mates, bro.
just saying I'm really trying to understand your position, and I would just like you to really try to understand my position.
Oh, I love him. Emotion, this is kind of what I try to do. Okay, obviously when I get angry what do you call it? Yeah, when I get heated about something, this obviously becomes much more difficult, but I like the idea. I don't trust these videos. I feel like they edited dishonestly. They really are. There was actually a place where Greg last time, so people after people that have been on these shows, they will say there was this part that I said this, and they cut that out. And one of the parts that was cut out with Greg is he said to Peterson, if I asked you where the bathroom was, you would say North America. They took that out. And I thought, I would have taken points off Peterson for how he responds to that, because apparently he's, What is it with this music? It's one of the, it's supposed to get you going. What's wrong? Is it too loud for you, David? Because it is one of the louder songs. I know I'm a Slav, so I'm an expert on slavery. On slavery, hey? Sorry. Okay, guys. Stop distracting me, okay? Position, and you understand my position. Deal. I like that. Please say deal. Please be the guy that says deal. Say deal, Peterson. The background music is kind of loud. That's because let's get GG. Guys, it's a virtual audio cable and it's still wow. It's on 1% for you guys. I put it on 1%. But if I put it down even more here, there. I thought okay, so no. Me trying not to get copyright strike is the squeaky. That's the squeaky noises. How is it now, guys? You're allowed to Davina, better. Okay, thank you so much, guys. You know what? Scuffs in the chat. David, you're a member. You can put a scuff there. Zach's scuff. I appreciate if you guys put scuffs, please. Just to remind everybody that this is what you get. We literally have an emoji or emote that reminds everybody this is what you get with Kitty. But I appreciate you guys trying to de-scuff all the time. Great stuff. Thank you, Saxy. Also, StreamYard, get your shit together so we can see the... Okay. So that we can see the emotes. I've just gotten an SMS. Just hold up. Stop it! Stop what? Oh, you spraying? Yeah, you. Hold up, guys. One more thing. How is it hot in my apartment? We had some Bible stories in our classes. Oh yeah? When? I was touching my chin? Okay, thank you, Serenos. Thank you. Spray bottle. Okay, so put the spray bottle with it. That's also what we have. Okay, I love it. Okay. I would not like to engage. Cool. So he's made a peace offering.
Deal.
Okay, sounds good. With that, if you're saying that morality and purpose cannot come...
Why do I have a better kitty emoji on my channel? Can send that one to me, but I mean, I don't. What emotion is that emoji supposed to be? Like, you know, we need to have kitty emojis that say something. You know.
From science, is the opposite of that true? That morality and purpose...
I'm not allowed to touch my face because I've got to keep it clean. Okay. Although we did agree that I'm allowed to touch my eyebrows. Okay. They're thick enough and they're big enough and ugly enough for us to... Okay. It's just the rest. We're trying to keep it hygienic. Trying to take care of the face. Okay. What did bro say? Are your hands dirty? No, they're not, but they're on the keyboard and stuff, you know? A small puppy dies. Not even just a normal sized puppy. It's got to be a small one.
One clear winner and one clear loser. Emotions are activated and it ultimately comes about ego. So I'm just saying I'm really trying to understand your position, and I would just like you to really try to understand my position.
Deal.
Okay, sounds good. With that, if you're saying...
Oh, he did say deal. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, I like that. Okay, now it's a different. Oh, got an itchy face. Okay, deal. Sounds good with that. If you're saying that morality and purpose cannot come from science, okay. Hey, that's pretty good.
That morality and purpose cannot come from science. It is the opposite of that true, that morality and purpose can only come from God.
Okay, so he's asking him a question. He's phrased it as a question. I like that idea. Instead of the way Luke did it, okay, so we're rehashing this form of this argument because he's come to him with the claim and he said, well, your claim is hiding that other fact, essentially. But he's phrased it as a question instead of a statement, which leaves room for Peterson to continue with it. But remember, Peterson conceded previously. He did say yes. So, sounds good. Let me just get it. Is the opposite... Okay, you're saying that morality and purpose cannot come from science. Is the opposite of that true? That morality and purpose can only come from God. Okay, so it's the same thing as like, Luke phrased this as the same starting point as Luke, and he framed it as purpose and meaning can only come from religion, is how he worded it. Okay, cool. Nice start.
That's a way of defining it, yes.
Okay.
That's a way of defining it. Okay, that's a way of defining his claim. Yes. Okay, so he agreed. He conceded previously, so he didn't flip-flop. That's exactly... We like it when that happens. Same response as before. As with Luke. He got less debate brain here, because when Luke did it, he was like, oh, well, maybe it's because it was phrased as a question. Remember with Luke, when Luke did it, he had this kind of like, he had to, I would say that the domain of religion is the domain of morality and purpose, yes. So he did this kind of debate brain thing where he has to phrase it in his own way. He can't just say, yes, I agree with that characterization of, like, from you. He can't do that. Here he did it nicely. He didn't have to. He just says that's a way of defining it. Yes, he let the other person do it. Interesting, he doesn't reword the same way he did with Luke. I think it's interesting that he didn't do that because it was. I think it's related to the fact that it was phrased as a question. Brian phrased as a question rather than statements. Okay, so maybe that's a good tactic. Ask a question, but don't make it a stupid question.
That's right, that's good. So I would say that with regard to the first claim, say, atheists don't understand what they're rejecting, because I would say.
Okay. So with regard to the first claim, atheists don't understand what they're rejecting. I would say, by definition, God is his unity. Okay? So he gets to say lots of stuff, yeah?
Say, by definition, God is the unity upon which moral claims are based.
Okay. With regard to first claim, okay, he's expanding here. I'm putting them in two different blocks because that was one response, because you're saying, giving him an answer, and then it's like, also, by the way, with regard, in a related manner, with regard to the first claim, atheists don't understand what the rejecting is. I would say, by definition, God is the unity upon which moral claims are based. Okay, that's quite a heavy statement.
That's
Okay.
a definition. Right.
Okay.
It's a definition! Okay, relax. The way he yells these things, that's a definition. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to put this here. That's a definition. That sounded really angry and aggro, to kind of say, look, I did define God. Quite an aggressive. Asserted quite aggressively. Is he angry? Could accuse him of not defining. Because that's the thing, though. He remember the problem that we've had with him, and I say we as in me. The problem I've had, and some people have agreed with me, is that he has broadly defined God when it suits him, and then changed it at other junctures to suit him. He's moved it around in order for his claims to work. He can't let the atheists define God. So he's like, but that's the definition. So he's not understanding that you are not interacting with the atheist's definition, so they're not going to have a conversation with you. So I think this is like a residual anger Boob kitties are awesome. Listen, as long as they can breathe, guys, just make sure cats can breathe when they're in that space. Okay, that's all. Just make sure they're keep your boob kitties safe. That's all. Okay, if there is a God, so let's see who's this. The opposite of science, anti-science, is a set of attitudes and a form of anti-intellectualism that involves a rejection of science and the scientific method. So Peterson just accepted that he rejects the scientific method by definition. Interesting. Well, you know what I think, Mario, what he would say to that is that he rejects the scientific method when it comes to things like purpose and meaning. He rejects that. He thinks that there are different things. He said this to Luke, where he was like, they're in the different purview. I think that science tries to remove value and tries to remove all of that. It tries to be objective. So therefore, it can't deal with meaning. So I think that's what he would work with. But anyway, that's me mind reading.
If there is a God, what is the purpose of life?
Well,
Okay, so you know what? Go Brian. Okay? Because he's like, cool, interesting. You tried to take the reins. Here's me taking the reins back. And he's like, fine, let's ask you a question. Because I want to understand what your position is. Okay? If there is a God, how do you find meaning? Okay? And I wonder if you're probably setting him up to ask a certain question. If there is a God, what is the purpose of life? That's good. It's an open enough question. Let's go. And I'm sure he's got his own things he wants to lay out after this question.
in the Christian tradition, the purpose of life is to engage in voluntary, upward, self-sacrifice so that the kingdom of heaven can be established on earth.
Okay, so, and you see, this is what I mean by the caveat sentence that he could have done for this whole debate. You see, he says, well, in the Christian tradition, the purpose of life is to engage in voluntary upward. That whole thing, that little, well, in the Christian tradition, that's his little plausible deniability where he's like, I'm arguing for the Christian tradition. Arguing for the Christian tradition today is Jordan Peterson. Just do that, okay? And then you kind of have this little label, this little pass that says, I was just thinking for the Christians in this point. That's not what I believe. You could do that, okay? If this is how we're going to interact, if this is going to be a problem for you, if you're going to be sensitive about it, give yourself that. But I don't know if he did. Okay, and then we could have had a conversation. He wouldn't put this brick wall in front of us. Just say, well, I don't like to talk about that in public. I'll talk about this in public. Don't just shut the door on the whole conversation, which he did when you said, I don't talk about that. People debate it. Okay. Good night, Leon. Okay, Christian. Well, in the Christian tradition, purpose of life is to engage in voluntary upward self-sacrifice so that the kingdom of heaven can be established on earth. That's one way of putting it. One of the things is glorify God, but yeah, I guess you could interpret the kingdom of heaven being established on earth is glorification of God. Okay, so you're trying to make it to heaven and avoid hell. Okay.
You're trying to make it to heaven and avoid hell.
Okay, so that's the objective. I feel like that is a very simplistic way of viewing it. It's not about avoiding hell. Because for me, it's not about avoiding hell because hell is horrible. It's that's not your purpose. I suppose you would want to avoid hell because hell is removal from God. Hell is lack of God, lack of meaning. That's probably what he's going to do. Anyway, we don't have to talk about what I think. This is what Peterson's supposed to answer. So he asked us. So you're trying to make it. Is that okay? He knew exactly what. See, like I said, he knew what he was going to unpack with his question, right? This is a follow-on from this answer, but that's not. That he says so. That so needs to be removed, Brian. That's not so. Okay, so implies based on his answer, you've put this. I don't think so. The kingdom of heaven can be established on earth. Does not mean so you're trying to make it to heaven and avoid hell. Okay, but he just wanted to say this. He just wanted to say it. The statements Brian was trying to get at with the by asking his question. That's all I'm just trying to say, is that he didn't really care too much. As much as he says, okay, I really am interested in what you're saying. I'm interested in what your opinion is, Dr. Peterson. Actually, I just wanted to run this statement by you and see how you react to it. That's what I'm thinking. Okay.
Yes, that's
Okay.
a good way of thinking about
What
it.
is the purpose of heaven?
Okay, so he goes, yes, that's a good way. Ooh, okay, yes. He didn't debate brain, I did. Okay, yes, that's a good way of thinking. Because he's going to say, at least a good boy, I could give you points. You didn't say, what is hell? What is heaven? He didn't do any of that. Good boy. That's a good way of thinking of it. Okay. Nice. I'm actually going to put a note there. Like, I'm proud Peterson didn't ask. Good boy. He held on to it. Okay. Steady. Yes, that's a good way of thinking about it. What is the purpose of heaven? Uh-oh, did he ask what is the purpose of heaven? Uh-oh.
Do you understand? So here's the deal. To make it to heaven and avoid hell.
Yes, that's
Okay.
a good way of thinking about
What
it.
is the purpose of heaven?
The Buddhists deal with this problem the best. They speak when people are ready. Well, James, that's an interesting point. When are people ready? How do they determine it? Is it like they come to the Buddhist temple, or how does that work? They're not pushing the idea on people.
Do you understand?
Well,
so here's the deal.
At
we
minimum,
can get
it's
into
the
an
opposite
infinite.
of endless.
One paw clapping?
Suffering. How about
We
that?
can and at
I'm
earth
still-
You mean
without
avoiding-
God,
you mean avoiding
avoiding
things.
it. If we can do that without to make it to heaven and avoid hell.
Yes, that's
Okay.
a good way of thinking about
What
it.
is the purpose of heaven?
What is the purpose of heaven? You see, when you ask what's the purpose of heaven, that's probably where you're going to come into contact with the God says, and that's not good enough for an atheist.
Do you understand?
Well,
so here's the deal.
Woo, that was a deadly pause. Chipmunk Sopranos. I got my preferred answer. I don't think this is a useful question either. Why do you want to go to heaven? The answer is to be in harmony with God. The universe exists for him. Yeah, that isn't a useful, you're right, Soros. It's not a useful question because for somebody who doesn't believe in God, it doesn't matter. That's not good enough for them. It's not it's a moot point. I'm in agreement. This question of what is the purpose of life, or not this I think I'm going to put this comment here. You will know the question, when are people ready, in itself is surface level. Okay. Let me see if I can. I still can't select within there. I'm just going to get the. I don't think. Let me just pop out the chat, guys. Sorry, it might fuck shit up for a second, but let me pop out the chat. Oh, that's 2 days ago. Pop out chat. Okay, I can close some windows. It's always fun to close windows. Sorry, guys. This is so that I can... and I guess I can also mod a little bit more if I've got my YouTube chat open. So, getting more line. There we go. Ta-da! Okay. Let's put you here. That sounds like a human problem more than a metaphysical one. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about there. There we go. What if God just loves to make us fight? Then that's it. And fight. I know that I sound like I'm saying fart. Sorry.
At minimum,
get
it's
into
the
an
opposite
infinite-
of endless suffering. How about
We
that?
can.
The opposite of endless suffering. There wasn't a useful question the whole debate except are you a Christian? Okay, do you understand? So here's the deal. We can get into the opposite of endless. Okay, we can get into the opposite. Don't know why it says do you understand? Is it like, oh, did you not get me? We can get into the opposite of endless suffering. Okay, how about that? Okay. But yeah, at the same time, it's kind of like you don't want that belief of just, oh well, because I'm scared of God and I'm scared of hell, then I'll do whatever God says. You also need to accept love from God and accept the whole of God, not just the wrath of God. That's not the only thing.
Okay, and so should we not try to achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth? And if we can achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth without God, avoiding it, if we can do
Achieve. Whoopsie. Should we not try to achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth? You mean avoid? I guess bro is a bit flabbergasted. Okay. He means we should not. Maybe he's telling on himself. Freudian slip. No, we want to achieve endless suffering on Earth. Yes. If we can achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth without God avoiding it. Okay, so he's like avoiding it. Okay, so if we can avoid that without God, that's not. We don't have to do that back and forth. In a more detailed diagram, we could say that they do a little collab to make sense of each other. Achieve means avoid infinite suffering planet Earth. If we can avoid infinite suffering on planet Earth without God, if we can do that without God, then that does defeat your claim. Okay, interesting.
you understand? So here's the deal.
At minimum,
we can get
it's
into
the
an
opposite
infinite.
of endless suffering. How about that?
Okay, and do you understand? So here's the
Hi,
deal.
Bonnie.
We can get
it's
into
the
an
opposite
infinite.
of endless suffering. How about that?
Okay, and so should we not try to achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth? And if we can achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth
You mean
without
avoid
God,
You mean avoid?
avoiding it, if we can do that without God, then does that defeat your claim?
If we can do that without God, then does that defeat your claim? Okay. Well, his claim, it doesn't, because his claim will be that even if you try and leave God behind now, the residual of God is what created the morality. He says he thinks that any morality comes from God. In any case, you can't take God away. And why would anyone want to achieve infinite suffering? I don't know. Maybe they think it's based. Auntie. No, I think he was just misspeaking. So.
Well, yeah, except that it doesn't. You circumvented my initial definition because I said that by definition, God was the unified source of morality. And so if we engage in a moral exercise.
And when you're talking about.
Okay. So Well, yeah, except that it doesn't. You circumvented my initial definition because I said that by definition, God was the united source of morality. So this is basically saying what I thought in response. What it was. Oh, stop moving shit all over the place. Okay. Yeah, that's he still, even without God, it's like he's kind of gotcha that God is, it's eternal. Morality itself is from God. So whenever you apply morality, that's it. It's God. It's God. Morality exists because of God, no matter what, basically. Humans do with it, apparently. Okay. Interesting claims. Okay.
About morality, though, when you really reverse engineer it and you get it down to its root, you're a psychologist.
Yeah.
It really seems like it just has to deal with motivation. People are saying there is a God, there
It's
is
more specific than that.
Okay, so what is you saying? And so if we engage in a moral exercise, okay, let's go here. I think that'll be next to it. And get down to its root, okay? When you reverse engineer it and you get down to its root, it seems like how to deal with. Okay, I'm just going to go and take away that. When you reverse engineer it and you get down to its root. Sorry, hold on. We do need that in there. Okay. It really seems like it just has to deal with motivation. People saying there is a God. Okay. So it's like, oh, because of God, then there is morality, because then there's punishment. Okay. Hey, Nos. Good to see you.
Well, so let me ask you this. So if there is a God and there is a moral code and it doesn't...
Okay, his response was, it's more complex than that. It's more specific than that. Well, okay. That doesn't give me much. That's a non-response to me. It's more specific than that. Go on. I would say go on. What do you mean? Like this is a non-response until I've asked him further. Okay, fine. Be more specific than this. Be more specific then. Instead, he goes, let me ask you this. Fuck's sake. So he just goes to another question. Okay? If there is a God and there is a moral code and it doesn't come at you, at your benefit, are you going to follow it? Okay, so okay, do you benefit from... Okay, if you don't benefit from following a moral code, will you follow it? That's the thing with self-sacrifice, you do. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. We're playing definition games.
come at your benefit, are you going to follow it?
It depends on how you define your benefit.
I'm glad that he was going to go further, right? Okay, he didn't say, how do you define benefit? He says, it depends on how you define benefit. When somebody says it depends on, I need you to tell me how it depends on. So if you're going to do that, you're going to tell me it depends. Tell me what it depends on. Tell me with this dependency over here and then this dependency over here. Like break it down for me. That's what I want when you say it depends. But you don't get to stop here. Like, obviously, everything depends on how you define it. That's what the definitions, that's how the nature of definitions. Okay, if you define something completely differently, we're talking about something completely different. So, yes, dependency, it's a thing. If it's going to come, so you see, if you're going to come at your expense, so he tries to get into it, but he doesn't get there.
So let me ask you this. So if there is a God and there is a moral code and it doesn't come at your benefit, are you going to follow it?
It depends on how you define your benefit. If you
If it's,
define your benefit,
if it's going to come at your expense, would you still
define
follow
your
it? If
expense.
Define your expense. Ah! No, I want you to define it. So fine to say, but we need you to give us the dependencies. And I guess also when somebody does this, it's how you define. So maybe his tactic a lot of the time, which has become a meme really, is you go into fight about the definition instead of giving dependencies. You go into there's no if statements. Like what I would want for you is to understand your argument is to say, well, I define it this way. What does that mean, Jordan Peterson? It depends on how you define benefit. Well, this is how I define benefit. Let's be in my brain. You can do hypotheticals. I know you can. You're smart enough to do that. Don't be disingenuous like you did last time and say you don't understand my definition. Get the fuck out. Tell me what it means if I define it this way. Okay, but instead he just goes on to all different definitions because it's a kind of like a he's throwing cargo out of the ship so you can shoot at that. Okay, so let's see. If you're going as if he's like define your benefit. I don't think he was going to say something about it. Let's see.
Believing that this omnipotent, all-loving God came down and said, here is my moral code. God, there
it's
is
more specific than that.
well, so let me ask you this. So if there is a God and there is a moral code and it doesn't come at your benefit, are you going to follow it?
It depends on how you define your benefit. If
you define, see, he did say if you define your, and then Guy said, if God came down, okay, so.
If it's going to come at your expense, would you still
Define
follow
your
it?
expense.
Define expense. Yeah, he's basically saying if God wasn't giving you something good at the end of this day, would you really do it? Would you really obey God if God said this is what you got to do, and that's not, and it doesn't help you? But I don't know how this relates. The only way it relates is that we're talking about a moral code. So this mechanism is what he's come into. This yeah, it's like Brian is bringing up a mechanism. Interested to see where he goes with it. Marie Peterson Lindsay, it's always the same bullshit when actually challenged. Avoidance. They bore me. They don't have balls to battle. Yes, Barmy, this is true. Not anymore. They don't have balls to battle anymore. I thought he did. You know what we could do, guys? We could go and look at his Kathy Newman performance and see, because that was one of like the main ones that we were like, wow, about. And we could see the decline in between there. Okay. Yeah, he goes, see where he goes with it. He's bringing this, interesting to see where it goes with it. It's hinging on God benefiting people. So I think it's like he's trying to say, like, if you can get the benefits without God, is that okay? Okay, it depends on the define your benefits. Cool. Define expense at expense. Oh god. Okay, plain old avoidance. It's like it's semantic games and ontological games. I almost want to take half. Should I take half a life for that? No, he's going, because that's just an interpretation.
God came down and said, here is my moral code, and you should follow it. But even if you follow it, you are still going to end up in hell.
Okay, it's a good question. Okay, so define expense. Fuck you. I'm gonna ask you another question. I like that. Okay, he goes back here to reword this question. Here, God came down and said, here's my moral code and you should follow it. But even if you follow it, you're still going to end up in hell. Okay, are you going to follow it? Okay, Christian, just say yes or no so we can figure out what he's getting at. He's getting a bit annoyed, actually, because Peterson is dodging.
Are you going to follow it?
Well, that was the question that was put to Job and to Christ.
Well, that was a question that was put to Job, okay, and to Christ, right? Okay, cool. But you need to give us the answers here. Preach to us, boy.
Christ, right? Because
People are laughing again because you're referring to the Bible to argue with the atheist. It's like, oh well, God, the Bible teaches this. You could say that. I don't know. It just we know that this does not work with an atheist. So
they were required. Hang on, I'm answering your question.
He didn't answer the question.
God came down and said, here is my moral code, and you should follow it. But even if you follow it, you are still going to end up in hell. Are you going to follow it?
Well, that was the question that was put to Job.
I agree. It is the question that was put to Job, where it's just like, well, if you just do all the things right, you're not going to suffer. That's not how God works. So that's another thing that I suppose an atheist does not like. It's like, well, if I pray to God and I glorify God, there's no guarantees here. There's no guarantees that I get anything. My life will still be suffering, and I've just got to accept all of my suffering because it's the will of God. And that's kind of difficult. That's really difficult to be like, oh shit, God has control over absolutely everything in my life. Yeah, he does. And that's not comfortable for an atheist. So rather just reject the idea of God. And that's okay. That's something that they can do, which God has given them the ability to do.
And to Christ, right? Because they were required.
So he's like, cool, that's very cool. That's fascinating, Tails.
Hang on, I'm answering your question.
Kitty bows to the easy every morning. The east every morning in Dubai. Okay.
They were required to withstand trials that would break anyone and maintain their upward orientation regardless.
Yes, and that is not something that makes logical sense to an atheist, because you have to have the belief in God to help you with that. Otherwise, you're like, nah, fam, this doesn't work for me. Hey, Tarnished Gamer, they were followed. I'm answering your question because they were required. What? Because they were required. Hang on, I'm answering your question. Yeah, I know. We have to hang on and let's finally find the answer to the question. Break anyone and maintain the upward orientation regardless. Okay, so the answer with all of this word is basically saying, yes, you are supposed to follow the word of God, even if it's not going to benefit you, I suppose. Yeah, because God's the boss. That's the whole way it's supposed to work. And they did that with the motivation of believing this omnipotent. Okay, this is from Brian.
And they did that with the motivation of believing that this omnipotent, all-loving God would somehow turn it into a benefit. So they still.
Yes, so this is the mechanism he was talking about. He was like, okay, cool. So the only reason people do this is because it's good for them. It's that this goes back to his whole idea of what do you call it? Motivation. It's all about motivation. So wait, hold on. Okay, and they did that. Sorry, I need to do that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Control-C, Control-V. of believing that this omnipotent, all-loving God would somehow turn it into a benefit. Yes. So I'm glad we got to that point. Okay, because that's the whole idea. I'm just going to put this in and put a note to note where this came from. Brian's questions are a way to get to the point he made earlier about motivation. Okay, let's go. No, not there. Yeah, it seems like it's to deal with is motivation. Okay. Okay.
Still did it solely for their benefit. So
No,
when you
not well.
They still did it solely for their benefit. So they still did it solely for their benefit. Okay, I think maybe he might really quibble about the word solely. Let's define. Hang on. Oh, fuck. Peter said.
Yes,
Let's
they did.
define.
Yes, they
hang on,
did.
Hang on.
If-
Okay, I'm okay with your let's defines if you fucking define though. But I guess people also don't let him do that because they know that we're going to get into the. Because we have seen him, we have had people allow him, like Greg, have allowed him to bring their definition to the fore, and then they go, I don't agree with your definition, and they ask for more, and he doesn't do it. So I can see why people are irritated with this let's define mechanism. But maybe if you give him the time, we can pin him to a point. And the way Greg did, like let him do it, and then he shows that he's not being flexible.
Let's define benefit. Like if I did something for your.
Okay, let's define benefits. So I'm glad he's going into defining it. Please let him define it, so we can get his points. You said that you want to understand his points, so just let him, okay? And you have all the right to shit all over him if he doesn't actually stick to his definition. Let's define benefit. Like if I did something for your sister, would that be to your benefit? Okay. No, you're not defining. You're giving an example. That's not a definition. You said let's define benefit, and then you go, like, I guess because it's such a soft issue, we're going to use would that be to your benefit? It's helping us find the definition, but I can see people losing patience with this approach. Rather define it. If you're going to say let's define benefit, rather say let's talk about benefit. Actually, let's use different words than define. Define makes people expect literally a definition. Expect a definition. Next. Not an example, not the word, not just the word used in an example. Okay, this will build frustration. What did Crab Feeder do? As someone who believes in God, I think a lot of these debates can turn people away from faith. True. It's good to have these discussions, but ultimately people have to find faith for themselves. Oh, absolutely. True, Crab Feeder. True. Starred and favorited. Can I favorite all of them? Let's pin Crab Feeder's comment. Oh, where are you? But that's probably gonna find faith for themselves. Let us pin message. There you go. Sitch's law needs to be in the dictionary as an official phenomenon. Absolutely.
Sister, would that be to your benefit? Like
I don't have a sister. If he says I don't have a sister, that would be so annoying. But
how are you defining your benefit? Do you mean one of your whims gratified now?
Like, how are you defining your benefit? Do you mean so this is what I need. You could say your benefit could be blah, 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 blah. So this question over here is just, I can see people being annoyed with him. But I am here for it. Okay. I'm okay with having that conversation in that manner with Peterson. That's what I would enjoy that. I would find that a privilege. Okay. But these people are not going to do that. They're not going to find that a privilege. So you've got to kind of get off the high horse and realize that people are not all fanboying about you. So just come and be a normal human. Okay. How are you defining your benefit? Do you mean one of your whims gratified now? Okay. I'm going to put these in separate questions. Okay. Fine. Do you mean one of your whims gratified now? Do you mean everyone you love and know for some reasonable span of time? Okay. Okay. When you're what?
Or do you mean you and everyone you love and know over some reasonable span of time? Like,
So
what do you mean by you?
when you're
What do you mean by you? Did he say, what do you mean by you? Oh my God, fuck off now. Come on, this is frustrating. Come on, that's avoidance now. Come on. I gave you so much grace, boy. I did. That's almost a gish gallop with those many questions, actually. That's just too far. One definition at a time. Or I will call avoidance. I have spoken. Okay. Okay.
talking about whims, I think you're talking about something that's more dopamine. When you're
Okay. When you're talking about whims, okay. About dopamine. That's more dopamine. So your whims is just like a desire, an itch that must be scratched. Then, when you're talking about morality, you're talking about something that's more serotonin, more ultimately satisfying. Okay, look at him. He's a big psychology boy. Okay. Because he just brought out the dopamine and serotonin. Let's go. Which, hello, that's chapter 1 of rule of 12 rules for life. So
talking about morality, you're talking about something that's more serotonin and more ultimately satisfying. So you and I agree on a lot. I mean, when it comes to
guys, I've told you several times that we will get dinged for Hansen. Okay, I will try. Okay, if I'll put a goal together. Okay, 10 super chats of let's see, all the colors. No, light blue and higher. Okay, there. 10 super chats. Is that it? Jeez, 5 super chats. Let's put 5. Okay. Timer, I'll give it an hour. And I will, instead of I will play Hansen. Just speed up Hansen like you did JPP. Okay, I will play Hansen tomorrow in tomorrow's stream. Because I'll have to edit the audio. Okay, then I can make it a bigger goal. There you go. Sorry, guys. We're gonna have to. Maybe it should be 10 super chats across the whole stream. 1 hour, 2 hours. We've got how many hours left? Yeah, I'll put 2 hours. Okay. I know my limits, boys. There we go. Oh, fuck off! Hey, that only counts as one. That only counts as one. And it was and look, it was before I started the thing. Bommy, you got it wrong. Look, obviously, you know, I'm gonna have to do it now, guys. You shit face. Damn it. Okay, but Barmy, you're gonna have to be here tomorrow for tomorrow's stream then, because I need to edit it. We're mbopping tomorrow, guys. I suppose that's what we're doing. We're mbopping. Do you think I could do for like how many seconds? Congratulations, you got played. Like if I wanted to, I'd be like no. Ow, ow, ow. If a Jewish person leaves religion, would they be an atheist? Yes, they would. That's, yeah, an atheist is a person who doesn't have theism. Okay, guys, so I got played to put that. Do I continue? Yeah, you know what? I'll put that there, but the thing is, it's already cat. I'm a kid's cat. No, that's dance. Hi, John Pelosi. Thank you for the subscription. An atheist Muslim wouldn't be an atheist. He'd be dead. He'd be excommunicado. That's what most religions do, is just excommunicate. Okay. I hope he knows Hansons are guys and not chicks. I mean, there's probably a Hanson cover. I feel like I have to do that in today's stream. Barmy, will you be okay to receive your gift tomorrow? And the thing is, it will be part of the playlist. If I alter the audio, it'll be part of the playlist. Okay, let's go. But thank you very much, Barmy. You absolute shit face. I don't care. Do what you wish. You're an absolute trooper. We're gonna be doing Hanson tomorrow. I don't know how to turn this. Can I end this? Remove goal. There we go. Okay, we've already got there. Goal successfully disabled. We already beat the goal. What if I said what? Total super chats. No. Okay. Well, there you go, guys. Barmy has made my week. Just by the way, guys, my birthday is in 8 days. So I'm also taking that as a birthday present. So I appreciate that. We prematurely gold. Yeah. We chat needs to be ready. What does chat do when Mbop happens? Will I have to dance? Okay, anyway, let's go. It's let's put it in the diary, guys. Oh, there's a whole ass diary. We'll put it in the diary. If Kitty already is a believer, I wasted my time talking about Buddhism. I am a believer in God. 8 days. Make sure you change my batteries, Kitty. Okay, I will. Wait, where are we at? We're on. Yeah. So tomorrow is Bop Hanson. It's in the diary. It's in the diary. We're doing it. Lithium ion recommended. Okay. Cool. That song slaps. Well, we'll slap tomorrow. Okay, right. Let's go. Oh, that's a different situation. Yes, no, I'm not a Buddhist. I'm not no Buddhist. Okay. Not that I'm being ugly to Buddhists. Okay, what do you mean by you? What do you mean by Buddhist? What do you mean by B? What do you mean by H? What do you mean by you?
Talking about how men should be masculine and things of that nature. You and
Okay, what do you mean by you? He said. Okay, so he has to build a rapport again.
when you're talking about whims, I think you're talking about something that's more dopamine. When you're talking about morality, you're talking about something that's more serotonin and more ultimately satisfying. So you and I agree on a lot. I mean, when it comes to talking about how men should be masculine and things of that nature, you and I are 100% in agreement. We just don't agree on the justification that God is the only thing that provides
It's
morality.
not a just
Okay, so I think he did this. We agree on a lot. He's trying to make a rapport, and it's just that's not going to work. It's not working. In agreement, we just don't agree on. Like this actually makes me realize. Okay, yeah, he's still angry. Like this should be a good conversation for him. He should be okay with it, but he's very aggressive in his response here. Oopsie. So you and I agree on a lot. So like I'm just gonna say, trying again to create with Peterson, but he seems to reject it. Okay.
justification, it's a definition.
It's not a justification, it's a definition. No, he's saying within the way you define it, your definition creates this justification. Okay, we just don't agree that we don't agree that God is the only thing that provides morality. Okay, so he hasn't brought up where he gets it from. He's just saying we just don't agree, and that's also where a lot of us are going. Like we don't need these conversations because we know the line. The line is you believe in God, I don't believe in God. What are we even talking for? Okay, nobody is trying to really convince anybody else. Well, at least they shouldn't be such sweet summer children that they think they're going to change people's minds. It's not a justification, it's a definition. What's the difference between a definition and a justification? Good question. What I mean is actually not good question in the way that it's in the way that it's phrased. It's not a good question. You're supposed to say I'm not my justification comes from your definition, not this question of what's the difference.
What's the difference then between a definition and a justification? I mean, it's ultimately psychologically the same thing.
I don't think that's a good place to go. Instead, it's what do you he could say, what do you mean by what do I mean by justification? I mean, it's based on your definition. My justification is based on your definition. We're arguing semantics here. At first I thought it was a good question. What I meant by good question is it's good to tackle the fact that he has made this distinction. Okay? It's good to tackle that he made a distinction. You should bring them together. But asking the question puts them apart. Good to address the response to address what Peterson said, but shouldn't be with this question. Perhaps a statement about the justification being based on this definition or related to. Based on the opposite of this definition, all of that. Pursuing this question is wrong, or otherwise you are falling into a trap. This is just a bit of avoidance. chasing red herring. Possible red herring. Okay. This thing of ultimately it's psychologically the same thing. I guess you could try and say that because practically they're the same thing. The thing we're talking about here is practically the same thing. We're getting into the weeds. We're oh, I touched my chin. We're quibbling. Have to go, gentlemen. When you are lonely, playing Hanson is not weird at all. Promise. Okay, go and do that. Are we still getting our friend Greg on at some point? We shall see. Depends on he's been very busy. It depends on whether he'll respond. I mean, it's ultimately psychologically the same thing. Cool. Well, we have to define what we're talking about before we can just debate. Oh.
Well, we have to define what we're talking about before we can just debate.
Okay, well,
right?
so here's my
Okay, but then, oh really, Mr. Peterson? We need to define before we debate. Okay, Greg, our boy Greg, speaking of which, he gave you a definition, and you just outright rejected the definition. So you gave your definition, cool. Oh, there was also the point where somebody criticized your definition and said it's too broad, so it doesn't bear speaking about. So we have had conversations where we try and define, and then we try and debate, but you, sir, got in the way. Not happy.
I said that God, among other things.
I'm actually a non-theist. I'm not an atheist. I believe that
A non-theist. Okay. Anyway, so okay, cool. Let's just go to definitions. Same thing. We're talking about we need to do it before debate. Yeah, sure. Very good point. You should totally tell that to yourself. As if he didn't avoid interacting. Conversations. You don't believe in Theo? Why don't you believe in Theo? I believe in Theo. I don't know if he believes in me, but I believe in him.
the human condition is one of uncertainty, and what
Okay. So, I said God among other things. I'm actually a non-theist. Okay. So I feel like we have to go backwards. Over here. We're going here. Okay. That's where we're going with him just starting a new conversation, really. I'm actually a non-theist. I'm not an atheist. I believe the human condition is one of uncertainty, and that means is that I don't believe that you can conclude there is a God with certainty. Okay. So this is what his claim is. Okay. I'm non-atheist. I'm not an atheist. So let's put this here. It's uncertainty, and what that means, which will be a follow-on, ends in an arrow. This will end in an arrow. That means that I don't believe that you can conclude there is a God with certainty. Okay, so he's just like, you can't have certainty. Okay, you won't have certainty without faith. So, okay.
what that means is that I don't believe that you can conclude there is a
Theo's just my friend. James, the people just being full of shit. because Theo pops in every now and then and just gives a comment or two. If you guys can hear the drilling, I'm sorry, but I can. So if I get irritated, it's the drilling. You guys can't hear it because maybe I need some noise cancelling monitors. I was considering of getting that, but then I don't hear the cats hissing at each other, and then what? Then the house just burns down.
God with certainty, and I don't believe that you can conclude that there is a God without us in the same position.
And I don't believe you can conclude there is a God with, I think he was going to say without uncertainty. I guess he was going to say that. I think he was going to say that. Conclude there is a God in the same positions without uncertainty. I think that would have been the thing. Atheism and non-theism is the same thing. Typically, however, agnosticism is non-theism as well as atheism. I'm losing it with all these definitions.
Now, with that, I don't care. I still wake up every day and I have motivation to be a moral person.
Define moral.
Oh, fuck off! Sorry. Now, with that, I don't care. I still wake up every day. So this is where he was saying, you don't need God to be a moral person. You don't have this over your head. You have the usual, what's the name? You have the usual cost benefits of interacting in the world. That's what makes you a moral person. And yes, your conscience is involved. This debate sucks, swamp ass. At least we could laugh at the Lindsay JB crap. Where are the laughs, kitty? They're here because I'm swearing at him. Cat hissing starts a fire in my house. You don't know. Okay, so I don't care. I still wake up every. Okay, so this goes back to his. Without God, you can be a moral person. Okay, he's been consistent. What are you? Oh, it's just telling me about all the other people that are doing workouts. Okay. My watch is guilt tripping me. It's like, hey, you know your sister just did a workout? Well, that's very nice for her. You know that she closed her rings? Yeah, I know, that's nice for her. And it's 8:30 for her? Yes. Fucking watch. Okay. Wake up every day and have motivation to be a moral person. Consistent with his previous plain question. But the point is, he will still say that those morals, that fabric of society, remember Greg told us the fumes of Christianity might come up. I think that's where we're going to land up here. Maybe we're going to have the fumes of... When YouTube gives Kitty lemons, she makes diagrams. Shout out to Frosty Lemon. Yes, Frosty Lemon. Woo! That's a Zach's Circle Jerks reference for those of you who are sane. Okay. Don't care. I still wake up every day and I have motivation to be a moral person. Cool. Let's put this. Let's relate it. You see, we relate. Dildo, you bring the laughs. You know what? You can bring the laughs. You make the jokes about what's on screen, and then people laugh. You've done that. You did that last week. Don't forget Pokey Guy. Yes. No, it's Pokin. I don't know. Where were we at? Yes, this. We could try and achieve this without God. Okay, so it's there. Okay, I don't care. I still wake up every day. Blah, blah. Define moral. Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, fine. This is not the gotcha you think. Okay, he will define moral. Okay, and then what? Like, how does? Sorry, define moral. How does this counter the person's argument, Mr. Peterson? Are you going? Is by asking define moral? Okay, by asking define moral, does it give you a better podium on which to stand and say God created morality or something, or does it just give you time? This is annoying. This is Jesus. Are we gonna? excuse me, but are we gonna have to put like a counter for every time he asks for a definition? Like, sheesh. Should imagine if I took health off every time he said it define. Should I just put a red flag for when he definition dodge? I don't know. You're irritating me, okay? That's all I'm going to put. Okay, that's all. I'm getting close. I like do it again, and we're taking life off.
Moral, what I ought to do.
Okay.
Okay, moral, what I ought to do. Okay, so he did it. He gave it. This is not an own. Asking someone to define something isn't an own. Okay. Define moral, what I ought to do. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. He knew what he means by things. Okay.
And how do you
And
come
what
to
I
that
ought to
conclusion?
do ultimately.
How do you come to that conclusion? Okay. How do you come to that conclusion in what he will probably say, and what earlier Brian was saying, Brian with an I, he was saying that we, through the mechanism of evolution, we figured out that behaving morally helps the collective. Therefore, we do moral things and we're nice to each other. We have altruism because that helps the species continue, apparently. So, how do you come to that conclusion? That's a good enough question. I'm not getting upset with you yet. Okay. And how do you what I ought to do? Ultimately, it comes down to what not just benefits me, but what benefits the entire planet, what benefits the entire system. Yeah. So he's going to say, well, that's God. And then somebody will say, well, that you're just broadening your definition. And I don't like that.
Comes down to what not just benefits me, but what benefits the entire planet, what benefits the entire system. I think that your entire moral perspective comes from linear thinking.
Okay. I think that what are you saying? Your as in your, Mr. Peterson, or a person? Okay. I'm going to put this as a separate point because I don't know where he's going with this. And that's not what I want to do. No, not bold. Yeah, there we go. Okay, what's next?
And when you look at the reality of the universe, it's actually more so holistic. So when you look, okay, people are a lot more comfortable with the word the universe than God, because God has sapience and feelings and wrath and all of that, whereas the universe is this big, immense, unknowable thing. It's a whole lot easier to call God the universe. Okay. People are a lot more comfortable with that, and I'm like, fine, if you're more comfortable with that, if that makes you understand him more, go ahead. And it's up to you and him to figure out what that relationship's supposed to be. It's not up to me to judge. I think that your entire moral perspective comes from linear thinking, and when you look at the reality of the universe, it's usually more so holistic. Okay. you look at how Aristotle defined God when he said that there had to be an unmoved moved or an uncaused cause. He was
Yes, that's where I was. Yes.
defining God from a linear perspective.
And he's like, no, there isn't linear. Okay, that was one of the first things we learned in psychology. Philosophy. I actually need to take my my philosophy textbook. It's in the library. I need to actually borrow it because I ain't buying those things. So I'll get it. The book that we did for first year philosophy was called Thinking It Through. So that's going to be reading. Thinking It Through. Go and get it at your nearest library because libraries are cool. You don't have to buy the book. Okay. Oh no, Zax is upset because I'm making I'm asking people to read. Okay. Anyway, when you look at the reality in the universe, it's actually more so holistic. So, how do you? Okay, let's see. I think the purpose of life is to be happy. For me, I have lots of empathy and value just because I exist. That's what I want people to get to. Nice, Carissa.
And you do the same with morality, and you do the same.
Hold on, I haven't put all of it. Okay, it's actually more so holistic. Okay, when you look at how Horace started and moved, okay, uncaused cause. He was defining God from a linear perspective. Yes, we have actually a linear perspective as humans. We don't understand anything but linear. Okay, because we have all of these maps or whatever, but we still understand time as a linear thing. We are finite, so I want us to get back to that discussion of finite versus. Hey, CT. Just woke up to get water and put YouTube back on. Been a while. Hope you're good. Hope you're good, CT. Are you playing lots of Meowster Hunter? Are you drawing lots, guys? It's been a while. CT will have you on a think. I'm gonna have a girls only think. So, prime candidate CT there. Night peeps. Good night. Good night, Zaxi and kittens and fam. Okay, from linear perspective, God from linear. And you do the same with morality and purpose. Oh, it's like mid-sleep, CT. Good night again, CT. Go sleep. And well done staying hydrated, everybody. Good idea. Okay, and you do the same with morality, okay, and then your perspective. You do the same, I'm putting it in a separate block. You do the same with morality and you do the same with purpose. It's all linear, okay? And the linear is a problem. You have a problem with linearity. I got Night Rained. Been playing it like crazy. Anyways, hit me up whenever. Good night, CT. Enjoy. How does that morality? Okay.
Same with purpose.
How does my definition of morality?
Okay, you said I reject that. I reject that. Okay, what does he just go? Oh, does he have the thing of I don't know? He rejects linearity because no, I want to know about his. I reject that. Because you cannot, how do you think otherwise? Causality and all of that, do you just throw it away? Which is actually a kind of thing that you do with faith is by going, oh, there's an unknowable, and I'm okay with unknowing. But he rejects that. But he's all by himself talking about the rejection, because Peterson does his own thing.
A linear perspective, and you do the same with morality, and you do the same with purpose.
How does my definition of morality? How does my definition of morality hypothetically differ from yours?
Because
how does my definition of reality How does my definition of morality hypothetically differ from yours? Okay, he's trying to. I would find that as an honest question. Yeah, if you're going to talk about differ from yours, let's talk about it. I think it's, yeah, he's saying he picked up this idea of I do this because it benefits the whole. Okay, I do have morality because it benefits the whole, and I feel like that's where Peterson picked that up. The whole of the world, the whole of the universe, whatever. It's a benefit for everybody. It's a net positive. Okay, but he's like, no. He rejects it because you're saying there's something that exists in a vacuum that. Okay.
you're saying that there's something that exists in a vacuum, that it exists in and of itself.
You're saying that there's something that exists in a vacuum, that it exists in and of itself. Okay. Anyway, he's going into the I reject that. This is because you're saying. Okay. Where you at, Brian? Brian is getting frustrated with him as well. I knew Dilda was going to pick up the fact that I said whole. Because you're saying in and of itself. Okay. And that's a problem. And nothing in the universe exists in a vacuum. Okay. I'm not understanding him. He's just using words, and I would love to ask him questions. Greg gets on camera there. Hi, Greg. Okay, nothing exists in and of itself.
And nothing in the universe exists in a vacuum. Nothing.
Nothing exists in and of itself. It's a whole system-based morality. Okay. Now you're getting wishy-washy. Shall I remove points?
Exist in and of itself. It's a whole systems-based morality. It's a systems-based reality.
Is there a higher
Systems-based reality. He's using buzzwords to put in front of. He's like, if I use these words, it will make sense. But you need to explain like I'm 5. Okay. Oh, fuck it.
On the justification that God is the only thing that provides morality.
It's not a justification. It's
of the universe. It's actually more so holistic. So
the reason I swore is because I moved the play arm thingy.
When you look at how Aristotle defined God, more benefits than others.
then, by your own definition,
You look at how Aristotle defined a linear perspective, and you do the same with morality, and you do the same with purpose.
how does my
I
definition
reject
of
that.
morality? How does my definition of morality
Be-
hypothetically
because
differ from
because you're,
yours?
because you're saying that there's something that exists in a vacuum, that it exists in and of itself, and nothing in the universe exists in a vacuum. Nothing exists in and of itself. It's a whole systems-based morality. It's a systems-based reality.
Is there a
and that
hierarchical
is what the
structure?
quantum.
Is there a hierarchical structure? This is something you could at least ask. A system would have hierarchical structure, yes. But no, is there a hierarchical structure? That's a good question to ask him. He's interacting. I'm happy. Go, Peterson. He's interacting with the man's ideas. Okay? The man is getting pissed off because it's not going the way that he wanted it to go. And yeah, shit happens that way.
Is there a hierarchical structure? Are some things more important than others?
Which means are some things more important than others. Okay, that's the basic. Explain like I'm 5. That's the basic what it means to have a hierarchy. Are some things more important than others, or do some things have more something than other? Okay, it doesn't have to be important. It's just that something is above something else in a metric. Okay, which could be importance.
Are some things, I think some things lead to more benefits than others.
Then
Okay. I think some things lead to more benefit than others. Okay. Cool. That means it's a hierarchy. Okay. There's a hierarchy of benefits.
by your own definition, some things are more important than others.
Yes.
Okay. Then by your own definition, some things are more important than others. Fine. But then he gets voted out because it's like we're getting wishy-washy. I think we got wishy-washy. Pause there. You've been voted out by the majority. Okay, so Brian, it's another. This claim is just keeps missing the mark. This claims discussion keeps missing the mark. The previous one we at least got into a bit more of it. I think that was mostly because of the patience of Greg. The rest and the persistence of Greg, because Greg brought a he laid out the argument previously before Peterson could get into it. So he got voted off. Yeah, a lot of false starts here, I suppose. Bye, Brian. Parker! Let's go, Parker.
Okay.
Okay,
What is
pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Lol.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I guess since you said morality and purpose cannot be found in science, it would just depend on like what you're referencing. If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure, but I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be like an atheist.
Okay, this is a zoomer because he's got the uptalk. Not a zoomer. There's a lot of millennials that do uptalk, which is everything is a question. Okay, because I'm just trying to. It feels like this developed in like 2016 because it was like the tone of asking a question. Because are you following me? Are you following me? Whenever you make a statement and you turn it into a question, it's are you following me? That's that question. Anyway. Nobody gives a fuck. Chintzia, shut up. Okay. Nice to meet you. I guess since you said morality and purpose cannot be found in science, it would be just depend on like what you're referencing. Okay. So he puts the claim in. Okay, that's it. Then he goes, it would, what it? What do you mean by it? Okay, I just depend on like what you're referencing. So, okay, at least he means he didn't use the word definition, but that's the same thing. Okay, it depends on what you're referencing, almost as if it depends on the definition, which is absolutely true. Okay. So that's the claim. We've got the normal claim here. Repeated claim. And then invoking the definitions dependency. Okay, he does that. Cool. I'm with you, Parker. We're on the same page. I understand what you say because you've only said 2 sentences. Cool. Okay, and then okay, depending on what you're referencing. So now, remember what I said. When you say it depends on your definition, then I want you to give me the dependencies. And look, Parker does that. If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure. Okay, so he's saying description of your psychological preferences would be, or what did he say wouldn't be? That doesn't make sense. Let's check here.
Comes from science in order to be like an atheist. As an agnostic atheist,
Nice to meet you.
I guess since you said morality and purpose cannot be found in science, it would just depend on like what you're referencing. If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure.
Okay, so that would be considered within science, sure. Sure, that doesn't make sense. If saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure, that doesn't make his claim. This sure doesn't make his claim true. Your psychological preferences wouldn't be considered within science. If you take them out, that's what makes the claim true. So this sure word over here, sure would mean sure his whole sentence makes Jordan's claim correct, but it doesn't. So I'm kind of confused. Do you understand what I'm saying here? He goes, if you're saying, because we've got a whole if statement in here. If you're saying a description of your psychological preference would be considered within science, sure. Your psychological preferences being part of science, essentially your psychological preferences being part of science, okay, would mean, that's what he means by the sentence, okay. Have I been tested? Who been tested? Okay. Yeah, guys, just at me if you're talking to me. If you're talking to each other, continue. Okay. Psychological preferences being part of the science would mean that science can't give us morality and purpose. That this is what his whole idea is supposed to be. Oh, it's the psychopath test. Okay. But to me, it would seem your psychological preferences would need to be removed from science to make that true. Wouldn't the preferences need to be outside of science to match with Peterson's claim? Maybe he's just saying sure because of fun times. I must go profit for some sleep. Enjoy, crab feeder. Sleep tat. Like a crustacean.
But I don't think that you have to say that it comes.
Hold on. But I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be an atheist. Okay. So that's his approach. He's got a different approach to everybody else. You don't have to say it comes from science to be an atheist. Okay, this is his position differs. Okay, interesting. But he is saying he's an agnostic and atheist.
From science in order to be like an atheist. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists and I don't believe that a God exists.
Okay. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists and I don't believe that God exists. So you are open to the possibility. Not even open, but you acknowledge the possibility. So basically, Atheist Gamer was diagnosed with you're something. They said, you know what, you're something. You got something. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists, and I don't believe that a God exists. Okay, so that's what an agnostic atheist is. Cool. Okay. And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing. Okay. The ones he would reject. He doesn't believe a God exists. You're confusing me so much, boy. Okay. And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians like prescribe themselves. Like prescribe themselves? Yes, Okay, sorry. I'm trying.
And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians like prescribe themselves. So
I gave him so much uptalk there.
How is that relevant to this claim?
Your base.
How is that relevant to this claim? Okay. Interesting. How is it relevant to this claim? This is Peterson being like Greg and being like, could you help me? Could you help me bring this back to? It was great the way he said it. Could you help me relate this to the claim? Because that's what Peterson was doing. He was just talking a whole bunch of shit around there, and then the guy's like, hey, great stuff, but could you tell me how it relates to our previous conversation? Okay.
A position of morality and purpose in some like notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
what typical Christians?
Oh, fuck off now. You know what a typical Christian is. He doesn't like this idea of a typical Christian because he won't make himself a typical Christian, but he needs to at least acknowledge that there are typical Christians. There is an idea, there's a general idea of what a Christian is when you say Christian in common parlance, which you reject. So I guess how is this relevant to this claim? You are basing a position of morality and purpose in some like notion. I hate that he's just put so much likes in. That isn't the same notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Okay. So he's decided it's because your notion of God. So he's you see how he avoids the word definition? Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky Parker. He's avoiding the word definition. He said notion. It's the same thing. Okay. Your notion of God is what? Typical Christians. Okay.
God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
What typical Christians?
yeah.
What typical Christian? Okay, when somebody says what's typical, it's telling us what type. So tell us what type.
Typically, when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an all-knowing.
About Cardinal Newman, who
Oh no! This is what the prevailing definition from everybody on this panel seems to be the all-knowing, the all-good, the all that whole thing. That seems to be the typical thing that is being rejected by atheists, guys. That's the thing that's being rejected. Okay, typical Christians. Typically, when I talk to Christians, they say they believe. So he's being very gracious so far, very patient with this, all-knowing. So this is going into this is the stance that most people had. That the other panelists and other participants had. All-knowing, all-powerful, all good. Good, right? Okay, that is the thing that is mostly rejected by an atheist. Why do we not allow them this definition? Why can we not allow them this definition to reject? Because it's what they are rejecting. I know that we had the question last week of why should an atheist reject define the thing that they're rejecting? It's like, well, because they're telling us, when they're telling us that they're an atheist, they're telling us what they mean. And if we're not going to understand what they mean, or we're going to add to what they mean, they're probably not going to interact with us further. We can talk about them as much as we want, but they're not going to talk to us. Okay, so typically when I talk to Christians, it's all knowing. So he tries to do it, but fly over, sorry, Cardinal blah blah blah. Interruption, fuck you. Fly over interruption. People agnostic about sky friends.
defined God as conscience. He's a major
Yes, Kitty, that's why this is pointless. Yeah.
influence on all of Catholic social theory.
What about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience? He's a major influence on all Catholics. How about the Christian? That Christian. Okay, so he's decided God is conscious. Okay, that one, it's a good, you know what? Fine, I'm okay with him saying how about. That's a good, did you see how just putting a little question in makes me okay with what you're saying? This is better. Okay? Ask, what do you think of God as conscious? What I expect him to say is, that's too broad of a definition. I reject that definition. And then we get to that, well, we're not. Okay? We're not on the same page. What are we talking about? Okay, so he goes, sure. Fuck you, Parker. He's asking you a question. Ask him. Answer him. Will you reject this? He's asking you, is this the definition? Do you reject this? Reject this definition as well? Because you can. You can reject that definition. You can say, yeah, sure, I have a conscience, but that's not God. Okay, you're just attributing my conscience to God, God's existence. You're saying that's proof of God's existence, and I'm saying it's not, and that's okay.
How about that, Christian?
It's how aboutism.
Sure. So do you believe in the all?
CC goes sure, like he just this sureness. Shut up, Americans, with your sure. Okay, sure means I agree. Whatever. He just goes sure. You're that like it's the most insulting word. You just sure, Grandpa. Shut up. Answer my question. Sure. So do you believe? So he's doing like Greg. Do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God? Look at you again, avoiding the word definition. Parker merely lacks avoiding definition. Maybe a good tactic. With Jordan. It's like it's Grandpa's trigger word, so we can't say it in front of him. Is that maybe what he was thinking? Okay. What do you mean by belief? Oh, fuck off now. No, man.
Knowing all powerful, all good notion of God.
What do you mean by believe?
This was also a viral clip. This was the viral clip as well. What do you mean by believe? Okay. Hold to be true. Okay. This is not an own. I tell you with tears in my eyes, Jordan Peterson, asking what do you mean by believe? It's not an own. It's not an own. Okay. And if he gives you the answer, you are no better off than you were before. This is just. You know what? Just for once, could we actually go? You could even. What you could do, Peterson, is you could maybe go. It depends on what you mean by belief. When I say believe, this is what I mean. I mean hold to be true. I mean blah, blah, blah. Instead of sitting and waiting for the other person to give the definition, because otherwise, if you're just waiting for the other person to give a definition, I am going to think that you are being bad faith, you are being full of shit, you are wasting time. You are waiting for that timer to go out. And that is not necessary. You're smarter than this. Very disappointed. Very disappointed. My intellect is disappointed in your intellect. This is the state of things. Let that sink in. Okay. Parker exposes some things about Jordan Peterson's morals and inability to save Jews in World War II. Okay. Peterson should have answered that he has a more belief that lying will save a life in that scenario. Oh, he the one that does this? No, jeez. Okay. What do you mean by believe? Fuck off now. So just. Absolutely irritating approach. If we're worried about definitions, answer the question with your own definition. Peterson. Don't dodge by asking your opponents. I actually want to. No, sorry, this is too much. This has to be a removal of points. What do you mean by believe? This, I suppose, this was an optical loss because that this is what went viral. It is an optical loss. Sorry, let's go to here for a sec. Yeah, I'm so irritated with you. I had to go to solo view and everything to talk to you, Peterson. You've upset me immensely and disappointed me immeasurably. Okay? Okay. Like, I'm ready to take all your help away for that, man. But fine. Temperance. Yeah. That's 1, 2, 3. Ooh, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of 15. What is they haven't done anything. The atheists, they haven't lost anything. They've just sat there. Okay, what do you mean by believe? Really? Like AI wrote this. Jordan Peterson, we are so disappointed in you. Yes, we are.
Do you think it to be true?
There we go. Do you see that when somebody has the fucking answer for you, it doesn't matter. This is the second time we've seen this happen. You go, "Ooh, what do you mean?" And they go, this is exactly what I fucking mean. What are you going to do with that definition, Peterson? It worked when you were speaking with a wokey who didn't know what they were talking about, okay? This is somebody who's considered it. So this... We're good. Okay. Do you think it to be true? There we go. That's what I would have said. That's how we can define belief. Just chill, Jincia. It's fine. Just chill. Okay.
That's the circular definition. What do you?
That's a circular definition. You know what's a circular motion is? What you're fucking doing here with this fucking the circular definition. Stop. Like, that's actually all I can do is actually mock the way that you're saying it. That is my response. That is my reaction to what you are doing here logically. That's a circular definition. Tell me, how is it a circular definition? Everything is a circular definition because all words have definitions. All words are used. We use words to define other words. Therefore, circular. We use synonyms in the place of everything. Therefore, circular. Here, if he said, "Do you believe it to be true?" then I would understand you mean that's a circular definition. He didn't use the word belief there, so it's not fucking circular. He said, "Do you think it to be true?" We can talk about, if you want to go into this, into the real depth of the thing, we could say, what do you mean by, if you want to just continue this eternal degradation of language, you're gonna go, what do you mean by think? That's what you would do. That's the joke, right? What would you mean by think? Think, perceive. And then, we could say believe again. Think, perceive. What else could we say? Feel. Like, we could use all these different words. That's not circular, okay? Then we're just never going to be able to communicate because all words use words to define words. You don't know what circular means. Okay.
Mean
How is
when you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
Yes, how is that circular? I would like to know. That's a circular definition. What do you mean? And he thinks he's being really cool by saying, what do you mean by believe? This is why this went viral. Especially because boy is just like, no. I'm asking you a question. Okay? I'm asking you, I'm asking you why that's circular. You need to point it out to me. And I'm calm. Not like me. I don't think I would be able to be calm. Because, like, imagine you're meeting a hero of yours, and then the hero is acting like absolute shit. Okay. Like a shit show. Okay. What do you mean? Wait, sorry, here we go. A circle is when an equidistant point moves around a center. What do you mean by center? You have to define center in order to give me the word, in order for me to completely understand what a circle is. Okay, so I don't. If we need to discuss what equidistant means, and we need to discuss what point means, and we have to discuss what move means, and we have to discuss what around means, and we have to discuss what center means. Oh, also A. Like A, is it one? Okay, we have to deconstruct absolutely everything in that definition. Therefore, it's circular. That's not how that works. That's not what circular is. If he said, do you believe it to be true? Okay, tell me.
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true.
Okay, so how is that circular? Okay, how is that circular? You see how he points? He doesn't even realize. He goes, okay, because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe. No, what he actually did is he substituted the word think it to be true. The whole thing, think it to be true. That whole thing, yes, he did substitute. So you're saying he just substituted one phrase for another, and therefore that's circular. What is a better? I would ask him. Okay, Jordan Peterson. What is a better definition for belief in this circumstance? What would you define it as? Because clearly, you're never going to be satisfied with whatever the fuck I say. Okay, so it was not just true and believe. Okay, it was a lot more than that, but fine. Okay, I said you think it to be true. Yes, that's what he said. That is what he said. And he's going to continue and say, well, this is it. So, you know what? I want to know. Mental content held as true. He's going to say true. What does true mean? Brenda, he's going to say what is true. What is truth? He's going to.
And believe.
Where did Jordan hurt me? All over. He's angry. He's making me angry because I know he's better than this.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if you believe something,
what's a belief?
And you stake your life on it.
Oh my God! This is where we go for it, huh? Wow. All right. So if you believe something, wow.
To the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right.
You think it to be true, which I'm with you, Parker. Guys, I am not an atheist, okay? But I am here saying why, Peterson.
So if you believe something, you...
Good boy. He goes, what's a belief? Good boy, Parker. Holy shit, yes. And I say good boy because he's little, okay? He's a little youngin'. Okay, what's a belief? See, I use the diminutive without actually to be affectionate towards him. Does that make me a psychopath, Peterson? Does that make me a psychopath? What's a belief? This is a great question, but he ignores it. Great question. Great move to bring definition back to him. Back to Peterson. Let him define it. Define it if he's not going to be satisfied with anything opponent says. posits, right? I'm with you, Parker. I am. And good for you being the one that that got viral because of this. Because all he's doing is just sitting there being normal. He's not doing brilliant stuff. He's just being a human being. And Peterson is being unhinged. Well, not unhinged. He's just being drunk on meaning, I suppose, is what Richard Dawkins said. Yeah. This is so sad. I'm really sad. Kitty gone cougar for Parker? No. Okay, so what's a belief? Too bad Peterson ignores it. But I feel like he ignores it because it's a lot healthier to you know what I would like to ask is, can you perceive the truth? Are you a finite being able to perceive the truth, which extends beyond extends into infinity? I don't think I can perceive the truth. I can get a little bit closer to it and I can try, but I will never actually fully hold it because I'm not eternal. And maybe I will be eternal. That's the promise I'm supposed to be given. That's the gift I'm supposed to be given from God, the one I believe in. Then I maybe will be able to perceive it. But I know that while alive, not going to happen. Okay, and that doesn't mean I'm running off to jump off a building to find out if what being eternal is like. Okay, what's a belief? What did he say? All right, so if you believe something, you stake your life on it. What do you mean by that? Like this is where people go, you're being unhinged, boy. You stake your life on it. Fine. There is that case of there's that song, "Do You Believe in God?" written. It's by Flyleaf, and it's like, "Do you believe in God?" written on a bullet. Like, so the person puts the gun to your head and says, "Do you believe in God?" And you have to say yes or no. So is this what you're on about? Is this what you're on about? Would you like to run to people and do that? I don't know. You stake your life on it. Cool. So guys like, cool. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Engaging in earnest. Okay. Flyleaf is a good band. I enjoy it. Very, very good. Female vocalist. Damn.
Stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
Ian, or Liam, I think it is. Curly hair. He's just like, let's go.
You live for it?
Oh, fuck's sake. Define life. Yeah, let's do it. I think I would. Does anyone do that? Okay, what do you mean by that? You know what? I would not say this is a follow-on question. It's over here. He's not answering you. He's not answering you, Parker. I'm so sorry. I'm South African, so the way a South African would say his name is Parker. Hey, Parker, Peter Parker is how I would say it. So it's I have to concentrate to say Parker. Okay, you live for it and you die for it. Okay. This just sounds fragmented to people, Peterson. It's not sounding as epic as you like. Both fans and people that were against him, fans and enemies, everyone's like, dude, what the fuck's happening? I want to actually say, hold on. I want to do something here. Let's engage, guys. Yes. Just ever, okay? So I'm asking you the word ever. So just ever, whether you're in here or not, now or not, just give the answer. So look at the poll in the chat, please. Okay. Just asking you ever. On ever, just take the words there, okay? You live for it and you die for it.
And you die for it. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency.
Okay, so he's going to the epicness. That's what I mean by that. Ooh, shudder. Okay, you live for it and you die for it. That's what I mean by that. Okay. No. What he means by asking you this, when somebody just maybe let's just keep an idea that when somebody asks you, what do you mean by that? A good sign, someone is asking you how what you said relates to everything said before. Where does it fit? Ask yourself. Where does it fit in this argument? Where does it fit in the argument? Just think that's the flag that it's supposed to be giving you. But he's like, oh, I'm gonna just carry on with my rhetoric here. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you say. It's a song. It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. This is so belief. No, you can reduce it to logical consistency because that's it. A belief, it's truth. You can do that. It's not declarative. Okay, then what is it? You're telling me what it's not. Okay, look, it's not declarative. Okay, it's not declarative. Well, that's not good. Are you saying it's not just you declaring it? Okay. I suppose this is part of the reasoning. It's not propositional. It's just part of the reasoning that he won't call himself a Christian, right? Right? It's not a figment of your imagination. Wow, this is okay. Okay, so this is all the things that it's not. Okay, cool. But you know what it is, which I'm going to put in a summary. What it is, it's the presupposition of your attention and action. Okay. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple. Okay, so you're either fragmented, worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force. Beautiful. This is all very beautiful, but it's not going to hit anyone as anything but prattle. Okay? They want you to have a conversation with them. Okay?
It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the presupposition of your attention and your action. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
Beautiful. I can see Greg going, that's interesting.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
He says, yeah, what is he supposed to do with all of this? This is all very beautiful, all beautiful stuff. Beautiful and epic for a person. This is a great thing to describe what it feels like to believe in God. Okay, great description of what it's like to believe in God. Not useful in this conversation. Okay, I'm fed up with you doing this. I am on this side. I am on the side that believes in God, but you're not doing it any justice here at all. But I guess I don't think there is any justice to be done for either side. Anyway. Hey, Matt. Oh, Matt's been here for a while. Sorry. I forgot. I thought of saying hello to you and I didn't say it out loud. Who's the monkey? You know what? Don't look at chat. It's here. Just go for it. Monologue. Continue. Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it. So he has to go. He goes back to the last thing that made much sense. Okay, which is here. Okay. So thanks for all of that. Cool. So is this what you're saying? Because I have to ask you what you're saying. He has to do a so you're saying. Okay? He has to do a so you're saying because we don't know what you're saying. Otherwise. No. So he says no.
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
How would you define belief?
Oh, Jesus. No, not really. No. Okay. How would you define belief? Then how would you define belief? Okay. He did define it earlier, and you, honey, sweetie, baby child, you rejected it. How would you define belief? He fucking defined it, and you. Okay, my bell is ringing really loud. I'm angry. I'm frustrated. That's what I am. I'm frustrated. Oh, sweet Jesus. Something you say?
Thing you say?
okay, so I explain, like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone
Is it something you say? He seems deranged. He seems deranged in this interaction. It's like he's this phantom that he's fighting. Like this guy's, I don't feel like this guy is doing anything disrespectful. Yeah, you're going to get people that are a bit smug when you're debating. Calming breaths. Okay, let's do it. Okay, I'm simmered down. I'm fine. Is it something you say?
like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right?
Okay, something you say. I explain. Oh, Daisy's come to say hello. There she is. Because I stopped yelling. So she's thanks for the butthole, Daisy. Thanks, Daisy. Come, the drawer's over here and it's open. I'm not willing to die for this pen. But it's a good pen. Daisy is now on the microphone. Come, go in the drawer. In the drawer, pretty girl. Go. Good girl. Good girl. Okay. Where are we at? Daisy's butthole is not infected. Daisy's butthole is clean. Okay, come here. Come here. Okay, fine. We'll just have to put you on my lap. And you don't scratch me, please. Okay. No, really, no. Okay, so then how would you define belief? Something you say. I explain, like, I could believe it is the case. Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists. But if someone, like, threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Okay, we got a hypothetical here. Okay. Okay, so this is just we're going into an example, because why the frack not? You know what? Why not? Let's go into this example to see how our definitions, how they, what do you call it? How they differ in application. Okay. Okay. Like, I think you would do that too. I don't think Danny mopped the floor. In terms of, look, I haven't gotten all the way to his whole conversation with him, but that the last thing that was said there, it was just more like Danny being a little bitch, a little cheeky little shit, and winning the optical point. I will, when we get there, take health points off Peterson, but he was a straight up troll. That's exactly what I'm thinking. If you look at the health that Peterson has lost so far, that was because of just normal interactions with people. He has looked unhinged all by himself. You don't need to be a shit show. You don't need to be a little shit to him to make him look bad. He does it all on his own. But yeah, that little, well, you're quite nothing thing is no. That's cringy to me. I guess other people will find that quite interesting and like, woohoo! Maybe me a couple years ago, I would have enjoyed that, but no. Hey, it gets exposure for the debate. Why not? Okay, I hope that there is something more substantive in that discussion beforehand that leads up to it, at least. Okay, case, my life, right? So this is, we're on the other viral one now anyway. So let's see.
Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't
life.
be so sure.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You see, he looks so unstable. Because he's so angry at this person's questions. Do you see how angry and locked in he is? He's just asking. I believe that it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? So he's just giving an example. You wouldn't lie to save your life? Question mark. Like, this is not threatening to you, Jordan Peterson. This is just a discussion. This guy is not. He is seeing Danny in everybody. I don't know if Danny was the first one or something in time. Was he? Like, he's committed. I don't know. I'm triggered. You know what? I'm triggered by his performance, not by him. Danny is later. Yeah, I know Danny is later in the edit, but did they maybe have this before? I don't think so. You're right. Maybe it is linear. So if you could put Danny in first, I would say, oh, it made him angry, and that's why he acts unhinged the whole fucking time. But no, he is unhinged all on his own here. This guy's just talking to him in front of him, just asking him questions. And if anything, the one that was nicest to him was Greg. Even though Greg at some point, you know, he was like exasperated at some point. But he gets aggressive for no reason. He acts as if there is an attack upon him, the way that he's looking now. Look, I know we've got the mask thing on, but look, if I just full screen, look at his face. He's not just listening to you and having a conversation. He's properly locked in, and this is a battle for life and death. Like, relax. Okay? Relax. Just have a conversation. I can't hear his normal voice. I can't hear his normal voice because Jubilee doesn't want us to hear his normal voice, love.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me?
My God. Oh, I want to give him a hug, but he'll probably kill me. Okay, so hold on. Okay. What do you know? You wouldn't lie to save your life? How much do you know about me? Jesus. Okay. You should know that Peterson would not lie to save his life. Okay. I didn't lie to save my career. Didn't lie to save my clinical practice. Okay. You see, you know what? I can see this happening in his mind. He's having this battle over and over and over again. He's having this fight with the public over and over again in every conversation he has with anyone. It's okay. It's okay. Relax. You don't need to have this fight every single time. Just tell us what you think, because that's what we fell in love with in the first place. That's what we liked. We just wanted to hear you think out loud. I would listen to this guy for hours and hours, just him monologuing. We wanted that. But now he has this fight in moments of every single day. It's tragic. Jeez. Would you like to save your children, your mom, your dad? Jeez, I don't think lying would save them. Okay, let's see.
I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
Okay. So he's like, fine, cool, let's see this. So you didn't do that. You see how calm he looks. Bro's just calm talking to Peterson, and Peterson is the one that's losing it all by himself.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying?
Okay, sorry, I don't think lying would save them. Okay, cool, so he's decided. So this is a great one. Remember, Peterson himself is like, oh, look, when you want to look out for ideology, say, is there anything that I can say that would prove to you this? And they say no, then you know that there's ideology there. So he's now gone into that format of questioning, and he goes, fine, let's do it here. Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone? And guess what? God could create that circumstance if he wanted to, Peterson, right? Because he could defy logic. He could defy anything. He could make it so. What if he did? This guy, and you should be able and be comfortable to get into that uncomfortable position, okay? You should be okay with it because you have thought about this a lot longer than most people. It's okay. Just go with it. Don't be in such a contentious... Ugh. Okay, yeah, if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
Could save someone.
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an
Okay, what? Lying to someone? So he goes, okay, this is, yeah, if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to, okay, so fine, lying could, so if you're in a circumstance where lying could save people, that's a sinful place to be. Cool, you've made a value statement, but he's asking you about logically, okay? Agrees, but places value statement on top of it. This. Basically saying it is sinful. Okay? But he doesn't, I don't think he would need you to remove that. You can have your beliefs about it. He just wants you to say logically there is logically there is a circumstance like that can exist. Cool. So he goes,
example, if you're like in like Nazi Germany and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them,
example.
Would you lie to like...
I'll give you an example. Okay, if you were like in Nazi Germany and it's the case, yeah, okay, fine, well, why not? We were talking about lying, and it's the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them. Would you lie to like the Nazis? Like, you know what? I love that we can just lie to like the Nazis. If I would have done everything, okay? The Nazis. So this is not us asking you, ask people, the public asking you, Jordan Peterson, would you be a Nazi or what? Like, this isn't it. He's giving you an example. Maybe I'm being too charitable. Maybe he is being a bit of a troll by asking this particular example. Okay? Maybe, because he knows it's triggering. But you, great intellect that you are, should be able to sit with it and take it apart. Because you used to be able to do that. That's what you used to do. Don't answer it, JPP!
The Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with.
Okay, he wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. Everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. So just make sure that I don't get into that situation. So we knew this. He's saying, I won't get into that situation because I've avoided the Nazis, or I'm not allowed, I've died getting away from Nazism, whatever, okay? It's a hypothetical. What? Wow.
It's a hypothetical and it's
You
not
can't answer
answerable.
hypotheticals?
It's a hypothetical and it's not answerable. It's a hypothetical and it's not answerable. It's not answerable, okay? I think a better way to phrase that would be, It's a hypothetical, and it's a heavy hypothetical. The answer is moot, something like that. The fact that he said unanswerable, it's not answerable, that's a problem. That's just optical, gonna lose it. Oof.
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like
What?
that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
Okay. See, now he's challenging him. So now you can see Peterson is not going to not going to keep patience at all. He's going to be even beyond. It's not answerable. First of all, it is answerable because you can give an answer for a hypothetical. You can engage with the hypothetical. He could, instead of unanswerable and saying it's not answerable, say it's a heavy example with many complexities. Go to a simpler one. You could do the caveat, go like answer with caveats. That you can never really know how you would have acted because of the complexity of the hypothetical. But dodging the question is what makes people go, woo, that's bad. So I'm putting the runaway mark here.
Look,
Did you eat
don't
today?
play games.
What did he say?
Example.
Would you lie to like the Nazis? If
I
they're
would have
asking?
done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation
you
to begin
lie?
with. It's a hypothetical, and it's
You
not
can't answer
answerable.
hypotheticals?
Yeah, he did say, he's like, you can't answer hypotheticals. That's maybe that's not phrased nicely enough. But the thing is, no matter how you phrase yourself, Peterson will just, he knows he's under attack. So you can't answer. I mean, that's the most rude thing he said. Rude. And you're in a debate. I can expect this kind of language. This kind of snapping back. You can't answer hypotheticals. Like, this is 50% JP fans. And this is as in ever, okay? Because you could have been a fan and not a fan anymore. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you ever were a fan. Okay, so that's what I'm on. Like, you could have been a fan for 5 minutes. Look at the wording. We're autistic here. We look at things in autistic detail. Okay, it's a hypothetical. It's hypotheticals. No, I can't answer hypothetical like that because it doesn't. And that's also why, because it's what? And he doesn't. This looks bad. This looks very bad. Optical loss is incoming, boy. Or it's not even optical. It's a real loss because you're not answering a question. You're just not answering the question. We've taken points off from the atheists for not making their points, and here your behavior itself is just.
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like
What?
that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
today?
Okay, what did he say? Did you?
Answer
Answerable.
hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like
What?
that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
today?
Did you eat today? What?
Lying would save them.
No, can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in
Okay,
circumstances.
I'm not
like
touching it.
that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic, and you're trying
I
to
know
protect
the
them,
example.
would you lie to like the Nazis? If
I
they're
would have done
asking?
everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation
you
to
lie?
begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's
You
not
can't answer
answerable.
hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like
What?
that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
today?
Yeah, you said, did you eat today? Okay. Did you eat today? I think it's he was going to go into what did you eat today? What would it be like if you didn't eat breakfast? Is that the whole thing that we were going to go into? But he gets upset because that's triggering that whole dialogue tree, I suppose. What do you mean by what do you mean by what do you mean? Codecraft seems to know exactly what's going on. We just get into an infinite loop. I would execute those before the Nazis showed up, so I should mean that situation. That's kind of how you could take that if you wanted to be, you know, the least charitable to him. Did you eat today? Okay, and I was like, don't play games. Look, don't play games. I'm not playing games. Uh-oh. Now they're just arguing, guys. It's not a debate.
Look,
Did you eat
don't
today?
play games.
I'm not playing a game. I'm just
Yes,
asking
you
if you
are.
ate it.
If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's strict
Okay, so don't play games. I'm really asking you about he's trying to do the did you eat today? I'm really asking. No, okay, I'm happy that Peterson goes past it. You present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing a game. No, well, you're going to have to play with him. We are playing games when we have a debate. You're going to actually play. You're going to have to. You're going to have to play. And he's like, no, but I don't want to play by your rules, basically. So he's deciding, no, we're not allowed to play. We're not going to play this rule. By this rule, what rules shall we play by then, Peterson? Where we wishy-washy and we never actually, we move the goalposts forever and we never actually say anything. There is context. Absolutely. There's a lot of context in that.
of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told
Playing a game. Okay, cool. Hey, a debate is a kind of game. We got a game. There's winners, there's losers. You're backing me into a corner. Answer the question. You've actually just said you're in a corner. That's not fun. Being born. Okay, so you made so many mistakes. What? I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. Okay. So it's like, your context doesn't matter because I'll never be in it. But you know what? The hypothetical assumes you're in that situation. That's the whole reason we go into hypotheticals. And you know this because you are an intellect and you can understand this. You can hold more than two thoughts in your head at the same time. So don't be a smartass about this. He's been a smartass. To make sure that I'm never in that situation, he's again rejecting the hypothetical. Rejecting he would be in the hypothetical. And I don't know why he can't just answer this question. Why can't you just answer the question and be like, I would try everything, I would lie to save people. Like, maybe they're trying to get him fired from the Daily Wire. It's all a plan to get him fired from the Daily Wire. Make him say something against Jewish people so that he can go against the Daily Wire, and then we can get him out of the Daily Wire, and then he can come back to life, basically, and just be less crazy. Yes? Okay, so he gives us context, right? Parker is giving us context here.
you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Okay, fine. Okay, cool. So, okay, so you could have said this. Actually, this thing over here at the end, this by the time you've got here, let's actually put this here. This is an extra point. Okay, you said that by the time you're there, you've done, it is a follow-on point. By the time you're there, that isn't a sin. That could have been a caveat. Caveat to your answer. But JPP refused to answer. And it's not a good look.
being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about. Like there could be a Jewish friend that you have, and you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them
give
in your
up on
attic.
that line of question.
No. You don't get to say how your opponent should ask questions. Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect the people that you care about, like there could be a Jewish friend that you have and you want to protect them. That's literally the hypothetical he's given you. Okay, he's like, listen, just engage with the hypothetical. He doesn't need to go further. He's just like, look, just fucking answer the question. So just reasserting the question. Reasserting the question. Because why not? The more times he rejects he doesn't answer, the worse JVP looks. Why on earth would you leave that thinking behind? Like, I think that you should give up on that line of questioning. Okay. No, he's definitely not. Why would you? He's basically warning him. He's like, hey, you stop talking about that line of questioning because I'm gonna get mad at you, boy.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position?
Give up on trying to clarify your position? This is cheeky to him, apparently. Because that's what he's doing with this line of questioning. He is doing that. Listen, it's cheeky, but you need to answer these questions. This is how it goes. This is what we're here for, right? We're here for you to answer questions and expand on your position, and we want to understand what's going on. So I want to clarify your position. But he's saying no. This whole setup. This is the basically it's a setup. Like, is an owl a bird? Is a setup. It could be a setup. Just answer the question and see where it goes. Be curious. Do you think that you're going to look any worse if you follow his line of reasoning? You're looking worse by not answering questions. Yeah, it shows Jordan was wrong in his definition of belief. Why would he enjoy that? No, he's not going to go there.
Because you don't like. Are you like uncomfortable with me asking this question?
Good. I don't like. Did he say I don't like? Sorry, hold on.
And you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them
give
in your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position? Because you
I
don't
did
like. Are you like
clarify.
uncomfortable with me asking this question?
He says he did clarify it. No, he didn't. He did not. No. I did clarify it. No, you. You guys can just say something is so. It's a perfectly normal hypothetical, yeah.
It's just a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask you.
It's just a basic
Yeah,
hypothetical.
like,
where-
Clarifying your position, because are you uncomfortable with me asking this question? Yeah. This is good. That's a nice question. Are you uncomfortable? This will push his buttons. It will make him say, no, now you're accusing me of being unstable, uncomfortable. That's now you're accusing me of being weak. It's just a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask you just a basic okay?
where
Like
you
if you-
put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. Just a basic hypothetical.
Like
just a basic.
being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about. Like there could be a Jewish friend that you have, and you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them
give
in your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position? Because you
I
don't
did
like. Are you like
clarify.
uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask you.
It's just a basic.
Okay, so he's now going to explain to us why it's not a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask you just basically a basic hypothetical where you put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. Yeah, that is a hypothetical. One we're very familiar with, right? which is actually quite a convenient one because we have a lot of context then, don't we? Right? It's a whole story. There's a whole background. There's all lore involved in when somebody says this. It's just a basic stake at Nazi Germany. That's just a basic hypothetical. Obviously, you would lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're not trying to answer the question for some reason. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Hypothetical,
Like,
where you
if you-
put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. That's just a basic hypothetical.
Obviously, you would lie in that scenario to
The thing, yes, that's all he wanted you to do is to say, I would lie in that scenario. Okay? He's really holding down the fort here, Parker. I would ask you if it's basic. That's just a basic. Obviously, you would lie in a scenario to save their life, but you're like not trying to answer this question for some reason. It's there. That is true. And it's interesting to me. Why doesn't he want to answer this question? Is it debate brain? Is it debate brain and Twitter brain? Why? And he's being called out for not answering this question. Calls him out. Dodging the question. Like, after giving him a lot of grace, he gave him a lot of time to change his mind. This is the bad faith I was talking about. What, from Peterson? I just told you why.
save their life, but you're like not trying to answer this question
What's
for
odd-
some reason.
I just told
You didn't tell him why, actually. You said because it's. That's actually as far as you got. You said, I'm not going to answer that question because it's.
you why.
Are you anti-fascist?
No. I don't think that was a good move. Okay, I think all you've done now is you've just stood on Peterson's toe. Okay? No, Daisy, that is not. All you've done is stomped on him, and that's not going to be good. No, because you've done this. You're over here, and you're going to go all the way back. You're bringing yourself back to a new one. Okay, so let's see.
Like, so you're
Why are
anti-fascist?
you asking that?
I was just asking, just clarifying.
Oh my god, no. This is no. This is making you more of a little shit. I don't like you being a little shit, Parker. You were great when you were just asking questions. Now you're being a little shit. Okay? You're playing with him. And that is not honorable. Because he just goes here. Like literally, they walked away from the whole conversation. By the way, are you anti-fascist? I suppose that that question would relate back to the whole things like, okay, if he was anti-fascist, then he would speak against the Nazis and he would lie to the Nazis. Being anti-fascist would make you lie to the fascists, right? You would be not on the fascist side. It wasn't going anywhere because Jordan Peterson was playing with him anyway. Where was he gonna go? What was Peterson isn't playing. When I say playing, I'm like they play for a reason. They're poking him, and Peterson I don't think pokes and plays. He just wastes time. I don't think this is wasting time. These questions. This is poking him. I just told you why. Are you an anti-fascist? So like you're an anti-fascist. This was bad. This is bad. No. This is not good behavior. No. Now he's being a little shit. That's not gonna work. Okay, I'm gonna take points off for you being a little shit. But the thing is, it's an optical win for everybody else. But I want to take points off for you being a little shit. Okay, I'll take another one off for Peterson though because of the whole thing. But with not answering the question. So I'm going to take off 1 point. Okay, but that's yeah.
But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to
I'm
someone's life.
answering it in
Obviously,
a
that's not
manner
what
you
truth
don't
is.
find acceptable.
Obviously, because I care about
you're-
truth.
I would
Streamlabs, time to get up and stand, fat slug. Listen, I'm busy, okay? I'm busy tackling the hypotheticals. Yeah. Thank you, Luna. The meandering, it's stunning, yes. But we're here for it. Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to move the "Are you fascist" back because he is trying to bring it into context. Okay, fine. Yeah, let's see if it's a good enough space. Daisy, what do you think, Mama Marie? Okay, there's this, are you, let's go here. Like, I would believe the case that the pen exists. You a fascist? I think we actually can put this here. Look, don't play games. He's playing games. He's being a little shit. Like, so you're anti-fascist? Stop! He's dead. You're making it worse. Okay.
be in that scenario.
Okay, so Basica, why are you asking that? I was just asking, just clarifying. This is horrible. This is horrible. This just makes it worse. Like he's properly playing with it, and that he becomes the thing that Peterson has been fighting in his head the whole time. So by being this cheeky little shit, he's becoming what Peterson was fighting already. Not necessary. He can sound unhinged all on his own. He can. He really can. Peterson is indeed getting ready. Oh, happy Pride Month, Vex. I see you got your outfit on. Okay, so I was just asking, just clarifying, but like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you wouldn't lie to answer it. Yeah, to answer it. Wouldn't lie. Okay, that's why he's saying it. Yes, he's calling him out. Okay. This "Are you fascist?" I think would have gone trying to lead him down a path to the point where he says he would be against the Nazis or whatever. But if that's too long, we're running out of time. So what?
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's
No.
already happened. Like,
He's yelling at you now. What happened? Hold on.
okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save
I'm
someone's life.
answering it.
You clearly would lie to save someone's life. God is sitting there going, hello! Okay. You're not answering this? What? Obviously, because I care about truth. What?
No
Obviously,
matter
that's not
you
what
don't
truth is.
find
Obviously, that's not what truth is. Yes, so as we said earlier, it goes here. This cancels out. This shows Peterson's definition was flawed. That's why he used this whole hypothetical. This is why. If we go back, where did he say it? He gave this definition. Something you die for, something this definition over here. Something that you would lie about in truth, whatever this whole thing. Yeah, this does not work. This definition does not work. So move on, but he's gotcha. Sorry, we have to remove points because it's not an optical win. We got the optical loss, okay? But this is an actual loss. Okay, so we've got life lost, and it goes like this when it's a real one. when it's a real logical loss. So let's go and remove. What the fuck is going on with my computer? There's a drip of something. Interesting. Okay. It's not the computer, it's the health bar. There we go. Meow, meow, meow. Gone. Yes, Peterson. This is a problem, boy. Okay. Something dripping. Not dripping, but like it looks like there was a drip.
Acceptable.
Obviously, because I care about truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
We were circling now. I wouldn't be in that scenario. Okay. You don't have a time travel device. Oh god.
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's
No.
already happened. Like that's.
Sorry, this has to be his okay, shows Peterson's definition was flawed. Care about truth. I wouldn't be in that scenario. This is him repeating. So I'm gonna do this and this. I wouldn't be in that scenario. And he goes, obviously, because now he's explaining it's a hypothetical. Obviously. The fact that he's yelling doesn't help. Okay? I yell. I'm allowed to because I decided. But he's not. Okay? Obviously, right logically because that's already happened, like it's in the past. Yes. This is funny, like emphasizing. It's a hypothetical. A bit too aggressive for my liking, but still accurate. Hey. Okay. You don't have a time travel device.
In the past, you don't have a time travel device. We're bringing this logical hypothetical up to show you that in some circumstances that do happen within the real world, you would lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters when I ask you, like, do you believe this? Do you think this to be true? So you don't actually have to answer the questions. And
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. We're bringing, you know what, like, I might give the atheists health back for this. We're bringing this logical hypothetical up to show you that in some circumstance, some that do happen with the real world, you would lie. Okay, and this is not we. He's the only one that's brought it up, actually. Okay, lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth. Okay, so that I'm doing the so. This is what the so means. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. Yes. Okay, and now I'm going to give you extra stuff based on this, which is, so what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters. When I ask you, like, do you believe this? Do you think it to be true? So you don't actually have to answer the questions. Yes, this is true. This is all accurate. And the plenty of Christians don't like that because they clearly see that you don't really want to be associated with Christianity. Oh, that's an extra. I wish he had less likes, but you know, we can't always win. He's winning anyway. Why not? He can have his likes if he wants. He's making points, good points.
plenty of Christians don't like that because they clearly see that you don't really want to be associated with
I
Christianity.
can imagine that I was in a situation where the best I could do as a consequence of my previous mistakes was to tell the least amount of lie I could manage.
Jesus. But all of this still stands because you didn't fucking answer the question. Again, I say, would it really make you look worse if you just answered the question and went along with the guy? I mean, I don't want to answer that question because I'll end up losing, or I'll end up losing a point. You look way worse by not just going along with the question. But he's like, oh, but you know, I'm gonna give you an answer. I could imagine that I was in a situation. He feels better. He said, I could imagine. So he put some caveats in. So he did the thing that I said you could do. Consequence of my previous mistakes was to tell the least amount of lie I could manage. Okay. The least amount of lies. So the point is I would try to be an ideal. Okay. But that would likely indicate that I had all sorts of catastrophic errors on my way there. Okay. Okay. This is what I said, your caveats, right? You could add these. Why did you let us go in circle and circle? If he had answered the question, he would have lost further. He would only have lost 1 point because of these points. Yeah. He's lost the optical, and this is so bad.
But that would likely indicate that I had made all sorts of catastrophic errors on my way there.
So you would lie to save someone's life. So again, you do believe it.
See, he's trying to say, like, so say you would lie. Just please, just fucking go to the point. Okay? So you would lie to save someone's life. Just let's go from there. You are not conceding your whole claim when you do this. And maybe he's right. And if you could find the point at which you guys differ. If this doesn't change your mind, you can find the point at which you differ. So this is probably, look, Danny's, I think, is probably the clip that went more viral, because it was so spicy. But this clip is legitimately good. It's legitimately good.
To be true in that circumstance, even though you lied in that scenario. So
No.
clearly,
Someone's life. So again, you believe it to be true, that circumstance, in that circumstance, even though you're lied in that scenario. So clearly, without context that I put in, you're not willing to die for it. Okay. He's just trying to say your definition is wrong. You are not willing to let the other people die for it. Okay.
Without the context that I put it in.
you were not willing to
I
die for it. You
said-
were not willing to let other people die for it. So that's
You were not willing to die for it, you know. I love that he was trying to be all epic, right? Peterson was trying to be all epic with the way he worded that over here. With the it's not something you say. It's not this. It's very, very big epic wow vibes. Okay, which is what used to happen. This is a theory people are saying. People would stop him here. They would be happy with this. Okay, and they wouldn't question him. Then he taught people to question. Okay, it's not just him that taught people to question, but he invited questions, right? And now he has this phantom in his head that he's always fighting. And he doesn't allow for any more interaction. He just wants to stop here, and you're supposed to just stop there and go, wow, Peterson, that's amazing. That's amazing. Good. Wow. So deep. But when somebody is asking you more questions, which is what you want from them, which is what you want to encourage in people, critical thinking, that's what you want, then it's not acceptable to you anymore. And that is the biggest disappointment. So you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it? No. Okay, so he says no. How would you define belief? Is it something you say? This is actually, these are two things he said. No, he said it. Okay, I could believe it is this case. Would you lie to save your life? Okay, would you lie to save your children, your mom, your dad? He still doesn't want to. Okay, it's a hypothetical. It's not answerable. So remember, he's gone to the non-answerable. Why did you not fucking answer the question? Okay, and here you're saying not willing to let. So this is a catastrophic, critical damage. So that's not what you see to be true. Okay, you wouldn't die for it, so that's not what you see to be true. And all of this happened just because you wouldn't answer the question. We would have so much more time to talk further. And this is the thing that you saw with Dr. Mike in Surrounded. He would actually answer questions. It was the best thing. He would go all the way with it. He had confidence in his position that if somebody asked him a question, he would answer it, and then he would go with that person down the argument path, and then he would say, okay, and he would give his position. That's how it was. That was one of the things that I enjoyed about Dr. Mark's interaction, his behavior with people, is that he was unabashedly going to answer the question. So because he had this, I do believe he had this curiosity of what people to say, where do these people get this idea? That's what he wanted. But yeah, we've got this eternal battle, and it's gotten too epic for Peterson to handle. Okay, then seemingly you're doing exactly what I said you were doing at the beginning of the conversation.
It's not what you see to be true then, seemingly.
You're doing exactly what I said you were doing at the beginning of the conversation.
Which
You're
one?
generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical with no precursors to back me into a
How's
corner.
it possible? Is there something contradictory about it?
Yeah, I think he won. He won. This is the biggest win. Okay, I need to put this in our main claim. Not the, this is not video response. Rename this. Why does it always do this? Main surrounded main map. Okay. It always renames itself to ContraPoints. It's weird because that's a whole topic that I had before. I don't get it. Okay, so listen, Parker, absolute gem. So far, the winner of the debate. Best performance. He's honestly best performance. That's it, hands down. Look, we got him. We got way more to go. But yeah. No, it's not subjective. Everyone knows that genital mutilation is wrong. No, they don't. No, people believe. There are people that believe it's absolutely right and it's normal. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Just make sure they don't get infected, and then it's fine. You know, just do it right. We believe in it, and you just do it right, and then it'll be fine. So I just want to put these little last bits in because he ended it off pretty good. Okay. Then seemingly you're doing exactly what I said. Okay, so he goes, you're doing exactly what I said you're doing in the beginning of the conversation, which this is not an own. Okay, this is your response to all of this. Peterson, fucking most disappointing. Because I doubt that, I think you at your height, without your delusion, would have had a good conversation with this person. And you know what? Would have been able to put them down if they became a cheeky shit. And I say put them down as in put them in their place. But yeah, you're generating an impossible, restricted hypothetical with no precursors to back me into a corner. Okay, so this is all repeat. Okay, and oh Lord, Daisy, such a cute little girl. Daisy's showing me her belly. Is not still here? I said belly. Okay, you're generating impossible, restricted, hypothetical. So then he does. Very good question. He uses it all the way to the end. He's like, wait a second. Sorry, how is it impossible? Is there something contradictory about it? Absolutely stellar. Absolutely stellar. Like, this is not working. I wish there wasn't a timer for this one. Me too. I'd be like, can we all just vote to keep him in? And keep the timer going. It's just, but you know what? They're just like, no, we need to make this clippable. We need to make this entertaining, of course. But why can't we just have it in absolute excruciating detail, like I want? Okay. Jersey, so cute. Okay, impossible. There's something contradictory about it. Cool. That's how it ends. I want to go through this now, guys. I have to render claim 3's video, right? So I'm gonna turn this off. And I just want to go through the diagram. You guys, maybe you aren't sure what's the point, okay? What's the value of having a diagram? But actually, when you have it to go through all by itself without the video, all of that, it's juicy, okay? That's what I'm enjoying about it. So let's see. So far, if there's anything more, we can use the last, because we've got about 20 minutes. I'm going to use the last 20 minutes to summarize our journey through claim 1, okay? Claim 2, sorry. And we will do claim 3 tomorrow with the transcript, and that's it. Okay. I'm continuing all the way through. I hope you guys don't lose interest. I think it's fun. God is in the diagram. I did not say that, but okay. Claim 2, morality and purpose can't be found within science. So that's what the claim was by Peterson. Let's see. Let's make it a paste style. Let's make that bigger though. 24. There we go. And go like this. Okay. Da, da, da. Okay. So we had 4 people for this prompt, whereas I said it now. Yes, true. 4 people for this prompt and 3 people for the other. Let's just fold all sub branches. Okay. We had 3 people for the previous. Clipped. That's okay. I'm good. Everyone knows murder is wrong. Yep. But what about murdering PDF files? We can understand that. Okay, let's put the key over here. Yeah. Oopsie. No, you go here. There we go. Very good. Fold. Daisy is done. Wood chipper, exactly. Okay, Daisy, could you leave the microphone alone? Guys, if you're hearing boom, boom, it's Daisy's head. Okay. Right, so morality and purpose can't be found within science. Did we even interact with science much in this whole thing? So how did we start off? What was this journey? Okay, we had Brian with an I. He said, purpose, he'll grant purpose. This thing here, because purpose, morality and purpose can't be found within science. So he's decided, okay, cool. The purpose bit, he'll grant. He'll say it's outside of science. We didn't interact with that. He just said it. Okay, or boiled down to procreation. Unless you boil it down to procreation, that's the purpose of life. If we want to get scientific, we can say procreation is the purpose of life. That's what he's picked up there. Morality, but he goes morality. Okay, on morality on the other hand, he does think science gives it to us, right? Neanderthals with missing teeth and limbs, so he gives us the fact that we had altruism, right? He brings up the whole altruism. People cared, that even Neanderthals cared about each other and kept each other alive despite despite limbs being lost and teeth and whatever. So people were taking care of each other. And then there's chimpanzees have a concept of fairness. So these are these vestigial bits of morality show that we evolved. Vestigial is not the word, but these bits of things in animals show that we evolved morality, right? We could go into a conversation about how complex our consciousness is and all of that, but we don't. Means they were taken care of by others, developed altruism. Cool, so that's what he's saying. Chimpanzees concept of fairness, 2 grapes versus 3 grapes. I put that in there because it's like you give one chimp 2 grapes, and another one 3, the other one wants an extra. And then we've got except for the greedy chimps, which are honestly, I put that in there as it's a little sign that Peterson is just always thinking about the baddies. Okay, so anyway, he goes, oh, by the way, because we were talking about altruism and stuff, and the way that he gets all the way, the way that we get away from this is, Peterson makes a statement, morality is intrinsic, it precedes science. So for it precedes science, it would mean it precedes the scientific method, I suppose. But I think in this context, what this person is trying to say is that science, the mechanism of the feedback loop, created, the mechanism of evolution created morality. And that's as simple as we can make it, right? Humans are social animals. They require morality to exist as a group. So therefore, as animals, we developed this. That's it. That's his answer. Okay. And you know what? That's as much of a belief as belief in God. So that, you know what? I believe that this is happening. That's it. Because eventually we have to have beliefs. Eventually we don't know stuff and we have to act as if we do know it. Okay. So eventually we do need beliefs, and that's a belief that this person has. Why do they require that? Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive. Valid question. Why do they require morality? Okay, so was this an angle of attack, this question here? We don't see that. Okay, so then he goes, right, that's my point with regards to science. Thank you very much. Remember, he just closed up shop. He thought that this was his gotcha. He thinks it's a slam dunk. He goes, yeah, thank you. Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive. So this does not make his point. But this, right, that's my point with regards to science. He's lucky that Brian, with an I, did not get cheeky shit with him here. That's like, Brian could be like, how is that what your point with regard? He was polite. It was fine. The point, so that's precisely the point that you just made, that science has to exist within a moral framework that isn't in itself scientific. So he goes and makes this whole point. I don't think that's the point that Bro made, but he's just doing this performatively. Okay? Then how's this not scientific? Because he's saying, okay, fine, I have put this in the context of science. The scientific mechanism that is in play is evolution. Because it's not derived from the scientific process. Okay, I would say the evolution process is a scientific process, but it's without the observation going on. It's a process. Okay, it's not derived from the scientific process. It's the fact that, hang on a second, we are social animals. Okay, we need to exist as a group. So that's repeating his whole argument. See, he has to repeat his argument because Bro did a whole little performance over here. Oopsie. Okay, he did a whole, I don't know what this is. Okay, then, but you pointed to the morality of Neanderthals to the morality of chimpanzees. They didn't derive that from science. But a scientific mechanism occurred. A feedback loop occurred. We could have these conversations, but we did not have them. Okay? The scientific method defines science. I understand, but what I'm talking about, what I think that this guy, this person was talking about in this context, he was trying to say that the feedback loop of evolution developed things. Okay, not science, but an actual process that we can observe in science created morality. That's what he's trying to say. That's what I think he does. So he goes, we need to exist as a group. I agree, but you pointed to the morality of Neanderthals, to the morality of chimpanzees. They didn't derive that from science. No, they didn't. They didn't go, I am a chimpanzee. I'm going to do this experiment and find out what's best for me and blah, blah, blah. That's not, I don't feel like that is what he was trying to say. Okay. And that's another thing. When you go through the diagram, also, you will notice things that my commentary repeats itself. Brian, so he says they don't need to. They don't need to. Yes, they don't need to derive it from science. JBP sees this as a concession. Brian is agreeing that scientific method doesn't need to be present to derive morality. It's not. You're supposed to. You don't need them to go, oh, I am now engaging in the scientific method in order to fight. It just happens. Adaptation, evolution, that whole thing just happens whether it's observed or not. Okay, meaning it doesn't create it, but it observes it. Right, exactly. Science explains it, but it doesn't create it. It happens. Adaptation, evolution happens whether you're looking at it or not. No, science doesn't explain morality. Just puts there. Complicated question. But explaining the evolution of morality and explaining morality itself aren't the same thing. Okay, yes, they aren't the same thing. I agree. There's more to it than that. Yes, I agree. We're moral animals that have a sense of the future, which makes us unique. Yes. Okay, so then he goes into this. There's a tiger who planned an escape and found the kids who threw things at it. I'm not saying animals can't think. Okay, so you can see how fragmented we get, and I think he gets voted out, doesn't he? Does he get voted out? Yeah, he gets voted out. Well, we didn't get very far with that, did we? Okay, what do we get here with Brian? With the first Brian, it's basically animals evolved morality, evolved a certain thing. He's just saying we evolved it. Here you go. I don't see how bad this is, but they vote him out. Brian gets voted out. Next person is Luke. Luke goes, so your claim that morality and purpose can only be found in science is a little shaky, because I think that your claim is really being framed to be morality and purpose can only be found in religion. Is that how you're kind of framing it? Wait. No. What the fuck is this? No. What is this? No. There is no Luke. And Brian, wait, where are we? Guys, it's moved us. Sorry, you guys don't understand what's going on. Or do you? I have fucked up the diagram. Why Jordan Peterson versus atheist? Where are we? When did we change? Where are we? Guys, what happened? Recent, okay. Jordan Peterson versus atheists. That's a whole diagram, guys. Debate diagram. What's happened? Look at this. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Look. Surrounded main map. I'm on a whole different map, guys. Where did I go? I'm closed. Hold on, I'm closing. Home. There's Hunter J. No one asked you podcast, debate diagram, Jordan Peterson versus atheists. Jordan Peterson versus atheists, surrounded. I'm gonna vomit. Where the fuck is everything? Okay, that's not surrounded. It's put it in rice. What happened to the diagram? We lost it. Okay, just hold on. What am I looking for again? No, not Jordan Peterson. Diagram everything Jordan Peterson versus atheists. Wow, these are old, guys. What's happening? Am I in the wrong... my account? Where the fuck are we? Library? Recent open local file. Okay, it should be here. Okay, I think I disconnected. Debate assets? No. What the fuck is going on here? Xmind. Anime thinkers. Discussion. Trump think. Teriology. House of the Dragon, live mental health mind map, strategies, middle ground map, moist critical, Sneeko, review tube, thinkers, teriology, Trump think, Vin versus Leon. Did I just lose the whole mind map? Try deleting system 32. Guys, no, this is freaking me out. Let me just close Xmind. Okay, I'm just gonna close Xmind and restart it. Phil Crystal versus Scott. Jordan Peterson versus atheists. Will the sentient. Claim 1. Okay, so this is what we're supposed to be doing. Okay, we did claim 1. Parker, so far the winner of the debate, best performance, right? Parker, right there. Claim 1, we got claim 1. Cade, Greg, David. No, this is not the right claim. Atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. Okay. No, hold on. Go. Surrounded, main map. Claim 2. Brian and Brian, we had them. But I was on claim 1. What happened in claim 1? No! What happened? Is this a live thing? You don't have to save it? It auto saves. If you see the little cloud, okay, you don't see the cloud, but there is a cloud. Okay? Maybe it's version history. Maybe I have to go to version history. Okay, boys, this is interesting. I'm gonna have to stop. This is not making sense. Because this is not the claim. This is a whole other diagram. Jordan Peterson versus diagram, everything, David. It's like all of my stuff is open local file. There we go. Let's see if I've got it here. Debate assets, community posts. Temple trigonometry. No, let's see if it's in here. I think I must have made some weird link, or I don't know, that something's happened with my computer. TDK Xmind thinks debate diagrams, channel memberships, transitioning kids, no, defining artsy films, Dean, no. Discussion diagram, epigraphs, House of the Dragon, review tube, Vin versus Leon, Trump think. I might have lost it. Okay, guys, I've lost it. This is like a hardcore character dying because of a server drop. This is true, Rex. That is it. Shit. I'm supposed to be going for for 4 hours anyway, so I'm supposed to Google if there's an undo. I've already closed it. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Guys, this is tragic. At least I was finished with claim 2. I don't know what the fuck's happened. I'm gonna check. Maybe, you know what? I think maybe I signed into the wrong Xmind. It signed me out of the wrong Xmind and into another because I've got 2. God didn't appreciate your heathen thoughts, Kitty. He didn't. Do you think God has a hand in this? God has a hand in everything. But it's not like God is trying to take it away. It is something very interesting that happens. Let's see. Version history. Yeah, I would want to hang around with you guys, but honestly, it's like reality warped around me for a second there. You don't need that diagram. I don't need it. I do, Carissa. So guys, that was weird. JP is hacking your ass. Yes, it is. It's him. He giveth and he also deleteth stuff sometimes. Absolutely. Well, I guess. No, It's just the way computers work. So anyway, guys, thank you for being here. I will try and fix this. Point is, you have to come in by tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going into claim 3, right? I will try and find it. It's on the internet. The link should be there. I've shaved this. I've shaved this with you guys. I've shared the link with you guys. So, he got the best Daily Wire nerds on it. No, I don't. I think this is just a sincere lack of computing. So, problem. You know what? The different Bryans and shit. It's like we've done a Jordan Peterson Surrounded before. What is happening? Kitty, this was a sign. Stop diagramming this slop. Might be true. It might be true. Maybe we pick a claim tomorrow. I'll make a poll or something, and then we pick a claim that we do to finish it off. It's a conspiracy dildo. Guys, I really appreciate you being here. Subscribe if you haven't already. I don't know what's happening here. I'm gonna go and have lunch and figure it out. It's all a conspiracy. And have a nice life, everybody. I will see you tomorrow for the same thing. Okay? I'll try and figure it out. Conspiracy Dildo. Another good band name. Yes. No, I'm properly I'm zoned out. What the frack is even going on? Have a good time. I will be back tomorrow for episode 4, part 4. Thanks for whatever this is. You know what? That is a great comment. That's exactly what. Thank you for whatever this is as well. Guys, I appreciate it. Let's turn off this music and enjoy the outro. Have a nice life. Okay, thanks. Bye.
I'm autistic as fuck, and so is Chad. We sparked our hearts.